Hello everyone, this is Termuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, we last left off, there was a bit of a mystery going on, in that Monika was mysteriously absent with no explanation. Um, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say no explanation. Maybe there were some clues that they were just some very unclear and non-specific clues. Everything is fine. Nothing was weird. Yeah, I know. I know. I should stick with the bit and say, yeah, oh yeah, nothing unusual happened. Seriously though, it is a very well executed mystery, I dare say. And that like it's a full episode. It's not like the episode went out of its way to draw attention to the fact that Monika was absent. Like it still had you know, antics of all the other characters. You know, all the poem sharing and the emails, and you know, Sari and MC interaction, and very heartfelt scene between MC, Yuri, and Natsuki, and uh, 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 you know, complete with CG and everything. Like it is like a full episode is just a mysteriously unremarked upon absence of Monika. Um, and yeah, and I was doing a lot of theorizing last week about what could be going on there. I mean the fact that like it the session ended with Monika's name replaced by glitch text in the email address, plus the appearance of her poem, also accompanied by screen glitching. Seems to indicate that there's some kind of code-based shenanigans going on. And hey, Hidoshi here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? And BG Sweet is also here. Welcome to the stream. Oh, nice. The DDCM Season 3 collection text is uncovered. Yeah, I did that myself, actually. I took the liberty of just nipping in, editing that options.rpy file, and adding a couple of line breaks to the title. It was bugging me. It's one of those things that probably bugs only me. And Mercy's here. Welcome to the stream. Hey, sir, you haven't been getting notifications? Oh, okay. I don't know. Hey, you're welcome to join my Discord. Where you can opt in to getting pings there if you want. I can. I don't know if you've ever actually joined my Discord. I can throw a link into the chat. Also, Chairman Zhao, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Who? Yeah. It will not be in the final release. We'll fix that bug so that you only see Monika as intended. Hmm? Oh, you mean in the... Sure. Spooky Waters here. Welcome to the stream. Hey, wow, everyone showed up at once. Pretty rough when MC, Seo, Nat, and Yuri were like, we're all we need. I hope it always stays just the four of us and nothing ever changes. Yeah. Oh no, we forgot someone, Miss Ida. Exactly. Formerly Zhao Dev, I changed my Twitch name. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah. If I was gonna grab my Discord invite, it was just. But yeah, mysterious circumstances around that whole thing. Yeah, it's coming up with some theorizing around that whole thing, like whether you know, like it's the kind of thing you might be led to think, well, since Yuri's the one is presently president, maybe she's responsible somehow. Link to my Discord server :control-V. There you go. Can't stay long. I'm making food. I'll join you if you put it in the chat. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, um, like if I, in the absence of, Dev actively trying to spoil things in the chat over here, I might have assumed that Yuri doing something, doing whatever she was doing with the world.bat file, somehow erased Monika, maybe accidentally. The dev was making comments with, wait, pay close attention to what the words Yuri used. Notice that she didn't call Monika by name, even before her experiment with the world.bat file, etc., etc. And it's like, okay, fine, these are very leading comments and questions here, dev. It's pretty clear it's like, you have spoilery intentions. I mean, it's also possible that that was a red herring. Hey, maybe Yuri did do something mysterious intentionally with Monika or her character file or something, and is trying to generate plausible deniability by actively referring to her by not by name, referring to the club president. Bad modder, yeah, indeed. Saida in ER voice, thanks for noticing. Yeah. Love red herrings myself. I nothing quite like misleading the audience and hitting them with a surprise they didn't see coming. Yeah, and I also consider the possibility that, hey, maybe Monika removed herself. Yeah, I mean, seemingly all indications are that Monika was like erased from the last episode, like erased from everyone's memories, much in the same way that Sayori gets erased from the game in Act 2. Like, the game is seemingly. I mean, it's never actually established in Vanilla DDLC if when Sayori is erased from Act 2, did Monika do that, or did the game do it to itself? I mean, maybe the simulation is self-rewriting or something if someone gets deleted. So, hey, maybe whatever shenanigans were done with Monika's character, it just caused the game to spontaneously rewrite itself. Yeah, and I was theorizing that maybe Monika just finally decided she wanted to be gone after all. Much like her Escape Plan 2.exe program from Season 1. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they say, oh, we deleted that file, but it's like... I mean, the game has the history of insisting, oh no, that's not possible, psych, it was possible. Like Fuyuki's cancer and all that. Monika escaped the simulation, she's living happily in our world now. Yeah, there you go. Or maybe she was so eager to break the time loop so she could go to college that she's just left the school. She's perfectly fine and she's just in college now. And everyone wished her well off camera, and just like no need to give her a second thought. Don't believe me? Look behind you. I am not falling for that. Yeah, no, although I did review the end of season 3, episode 1. Where like the very last thing Monika says. Okay. First of all, here are the things, the indications which skew it in the direction of, oh, maybe Yuri is responsible after all. Firstly, Monika asks Yuri if she can have the presidential powers back, and Yuri's the one that puts it off and says, oh, let's deal with that later. And secondly, Yuri asks a series of questions of the audience, the player, myself. And like A lot of the dialogue in that seems to be optional. Like Yuri asks, "Oh, would you like to talk for a bit?" And you have the option of saying yes or no. But there are three questions which appear to be mandatory. She asks, "Have you ever been in love? What do you think of like should we consider the possibility of being made real one day?" And she specifically says this question applies to all of us, but mostly to Monika. And the third question is she asks is, "What do you think happens when we die?" And you know, it could be, Yuri is just idly wondering about these things, but those three questions do seem to pertain to this situation. I mean, the question of have you been, in love seems to pertain to Monika's obsession with the player, insisting that she loves them, etc., etc. And like the question about, is if we should consider the possibility of being made real also pertains to Monika, because she wants to be, come out into the real world and meet the player, yada yada yada. And Yuri pretty clearly states that she thinks that obsession is unhealthy. And then the question of what do you think happens when we die could refer to, well, Yuri just offed Monika, and hey, I wonder what happened to her, or wonder what I wonder what will happen to her if I do this. Like it's and nobody spoil anything in chat, darn it. Notice I added a tag that says no spoilers there. This is just me speculating about stuff. But yeah, no, it's the only question is, like, what would be Yuri's motivations? Because this doesn't seem like in character for her. It doesn't seem like something she would do. But it is, it is kind of suspect that she was like, hey, let's do the changing of the presidency later, and then she just didn't do it, and then just showed up for an entire session. The next episode spent the entire session as president. And then still didn't switch over at the end. She's just trying to maintain the presidency for herself. But again, motivations. What are her motivations? I also considered the possibility that, hey, maybe the whole notion that they are a simulation and that they're in a game was wiped from their memories as well. Although Yuri did make the comment that, Tormi is president, I want to talk to them, like referring to the player, setting that to Sarah and MC while they were on their way to school. And plus, there was also the whole answering emails thing. Monika is in warm primordial blackness, and an ordinary amount of time is passing, no players are contained within it. Yes, I recognize that Disco Elysium reference, the primordial blackness. But yeah, sorry, I'm gonna ramble a bit before I actually start the episode, because I it has been on my mind the past week, I confess. So I need to get this all out before I start. Sorry if I'm losing audience. Briefly up to 8 viewers, then it dropped to 5. Oh no, I'm boring people with my tangent. Oh well. I'm not necessarily doing this for you. Anyway, okay. What else is there? I mean, hey, there's also the possibility, hey, maybe Monika and Yuri both agreed to do this, Like, I mean, Yuri was the one that helped Monika bring back, Miss Ida, and the fact that Monika, one, trusted Yuri enough to help her out, and two, recognize that Yuri has superior like coding ability at this point, and as such that she was able to provide that help. I could see maybe Monika turning to her for something. like if Monica's motivation was like I don't want to exist anymore, a la escape plan thing. I can't imagine Yuri going along with it. Maybe there was some other motivation. Maybe it's like that guy from the Hitchhiker's Guide who takes a year off dead for tax reasons. let's just try not existing for a bit. See how that handles things. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in any case, I can't imagine. I imagine this coming episode that I'm about to do is going to deal with it because I have a hard time imagining that Dev would go for more than one episode with Monika mysteriously absent like that. Like, the mass pillars would riot. You wouldn't hear the end of it. It's yeah. I have to imagine it's going to address it in some way or other. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, like the yeah the end of episode 1 of season 3, episode 25. Monica's the little brief scene there. She remarks to herself that she wishes she could have gotten a chance to talk to the player. Oh well, there's always next time. Which doesn't sound like someone who has the intention of erasing herself in the next minute, and yeah, Yuri's questions, even though they seem on the surface like maybe they're abstract questions, when you take the three of those questions together and notice that they establish a pattern, they do all seem to relate to Monika's situation. Plus, her experiment with the world.bat file, wanting to find out what Monika experienced in the original game, also points to Yuri, just having Monika and her thoughts and wondering how that relates to stuff. Be right back. 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Mass Pillars would riot. Maybe Dev should go a whole season. Haha. Yeah. But yeah. No. Shoot. What's I gonna say? Yeah. Sorry. Hopefully, I'm still coherent here. I've commented many times on my sleep schedule being a mess. I actually slept during the night last night, for once. But then I spent the whole day up, so now I'm tired again. So and I tried to take a nap, and now that just made me groggy. So I might be slightly incoherent. So I will try to keep coherent as I can. But there was another thing I wanted to say, or maybe a couple more things I wanted to say. Shoot. Yeah, motivations. If Yuri was trying to do this, like, what would her motivations be? I mean, like, the fact that she had, presidential powers, seems to suggest to me that she should be aware of Monika being missing and all that. But who knows? I mean, who knows how the actual rules work for that sort of thing? Monika before disappearing from Club East forever. Yeah, yeah. But what am I trying to say here? Ah, shoot! I just completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time staying coherent during this stream, I think. Yeah, motivations though. Yeah. Yeah, she has presidential power. I have like half wondered, incidentally, like getting like Yuri's and Natsuki's motivations. I mean, indications are that they're having late night meetings and don't want anyone to know about it. Um, maybe maybe they wanted to keep the presidency to themselves for that reason. I mean, like in the party scene in the season 2 collection, late night club meeting as well. Yeah. Uh, yeah, like but the party scene from clubless meetings. Yeah. From the season 2 collection, Natsuki is very conscious of the fact that of when the player's watching and when when the game is running, and it seems like whatever it is that she's doing with Yuri, she doesn't want the player to find out. It probably I mean she doesn't want anyone to find out, and she probably wants to keep it to yeah, like she probably deliberately arranged such that whenever she did whatever with Yuri, like it kept it off camera, so to speak. And then once Yuri was in charge, she continued doing that. I mean, um, like Natsuki, she's clearly very. I mean, okay, technically it's not confirmed that Natsuki has a thing for Yuri, but it's like hypothetically if she did. And welcome back, Deb. Deb, we're wondering if it's true that Yuri killed Monika so that she could have presidential powers during their late night meetings. Lol. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she would go that far just for that, but it is a little conspicuous that we've had this continuous chain. Like the last meeting was the compilation party episode where Natsuki had presidential power. Then Yuri had presidential power for the entirety of episode 1 and episode 2 of season 3. I mean, they're keeping that chain going so that no one else can know about their secret meetings. Kind of things you can do with those powers. ... Winky, yeah, Winky's face, yeah. That series is not canon. Yeah, I know. Of course it isn't. But I mean, I don't think they'd go as far as like removing Monika just to keep their beatings secret. Although I imagine it must help. But yeah, I mean, the poem that Monika wrote does seem like it is talking about who gets left behind when you go, and wanting to leave a message for others. Seems to imply that Monika was aware of what happened to her. Or hey, maybe it could just be a total coincidence, and that's just her usual, worrying about death, like as she does. That's just Monika. You see what I did there? just Monika being Monika. She knew that if Natsuri became canon, that they would do this and prepared the note in advance. Yeah, I mean, who knows? But yeah, I mean, but yeah, like if Yuri is responsible for what happened to Monika, it does raise questions of like, why be so mysterious about it? Like, again, what is her motivation? Like, that suggests that she tried to hide that information from the player. Like maybe she wants to break down like Monika's depends on the player, and by the same token, you know, break down the dependence of the player on Monika if such a thing exists, as it does for some people. um, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Yuri would do something that like intentionally hurt Monika or would make her go away permanently. Like that doesn't seem in character for her. Like I don't think. I mean, I don't think she's unhinged enough to do such a thing. But yeah, I do still wonder like how much people like were altered and stuff. Like assuming that they were altered to not remember that Monika exists or whatever. Are they even aware of the whole concept of the presidential powers changing hands? Because Yuri has had president powers for two meetings straight with no switch, which is unusual for the series. I mean that did happen for Sayori maintained her president's powers for a couple of weeks back in season 2 when the whole spat with Monika happened. I don't know, she's yonder after all. I mean, she went yonder-ish in Act 2 after Monika's changes. That's so it's not necessarily characteristic of her personality. But who knows? In any case, how about I actually get this thing started? I've 27 minutes of speculation later. So episode 27, here we go. Yuri babysits and the club considers its future. No mention of Monika. No mention of glitch. Insert glitch text. All right, here we go. Let's see where this goes. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yeah. Okay, you see that. Again, that implies that Monika is in on it. You know, maybe she did it to herself. I'm still like I have that little suggested that hang on that suggested that hey maybe Yuri and Monika work together or something. Maybe they had some kind of plan together. Again, what are their goals or motivations? Who knows? Anyway, moving on. Exclamation points. Okay, I guess she still has presidential powers. Shobu, come away from there. That one isn't for you yet. Oh, okay. Thought she was reacting to the player's appearance. Is Shobu her little brother? There is mention of her that she has a kid brother who's like always pestering her with questions. I don't think he was ever mentioned by name, but I think that's Shobu time, yeah. That's for bigger kids. You might fall and hurt yourself. Come on, you can use any of the ones over here. But this one looks fun. Well, if you keep eating your whole dinner, you'll grow tall and strong enough to use this one really fast. Even the peppers? Especially the peppers. Now come on over here. Alright. Sorry about that. And hello again. Yeah, okay, yeah, so she's still president. My brother is obsessed with growing up, as you can see. Always he has to play big boy games and use the big kid equipment in the park, even when that might be dangerous for him. He always asks me what it's like to be grown up. I wish I knew myself what that was like. Yeah, spoiler warning for adulthood. Like, all adults are faking it. No one knows. Everyone's making it up as they go along. She says this to Natsuki all the time too. You can grow big and strong, Natsuki, F you. Yeah, exactly. But he seems to think I pass for a responsible adult. An illusion it is probably best to maintain. I'm always impressed by him. He takes after my parents much more than I do. Always so outgoing, so social, playing with other kids. Sometimes I think that I might have inherited some rogue gene from some reclusive and obscure ancestor. Oh yeah, I have to keep in mind I should be like proofreading as I go along here. Um, it seems fine so far. I'm tempted to put a comma after sometimes. Sometimes I think that I must have inherited some rogue gene, etc. Uh, Everyone in my family is very outgoing and friendly, except for me. My father can be taciturn, but it's a bit different from the way I am. Even my uncle is an extrovert. I believe extrovert is spelled with an A. I know it's a little weird. Introvert is spelled Introvert, but I believe extrovert is spelled Extradert. We can double check that. Okay. Google wants it spelled the other way. I've seen it spelled both ways though. Oh, here you go. Extrovert versus extrovert, which is, yeah, both are typically considered equally acceptable. Okay, go figure. That's why I double check when I'm not sure of these things. Is it extroversion or extroversion? Prefer extrovert? Yeah, fair enough. Extrovert is also considered. Yeah, yeah. No, fair enough. I mean, you spell it introvert. I've never seen introvert with an A, so it keeps things simple. Keeps the rules the same if you do it this way. And moving on. Even my uncle is an extrovert, although he has plenty of strangeness of his own. It's quite different from mine. But enough about me. How have you been? I mean, I kind of wondered if we were going to launch right into, like if Yuri was going to mention Monika. There's great, okay, not so good, where's Monika? I mean, that's the question that's on everyone's mind, right? It's the kind of the pressing matter here that she's dancing around here, intentionally or unintentionally. I mean, we haven't 100% confirmed whether or not Yuri remembers her. Maybe her immediate response is going to be, "Who's Monika?" Anyway, here we go. Monika, I don't really know who you might be. Monika, I'd almost totally forgotten about her. Sorry, it's one of those game things that's editing our memories. She was going to do a test or experiment of some kind relating to getting time to truly move forward again. She did warn us that she might be gone for a while. And while... Did she just... I don't... So far, Yuri hasn't done the... Like, oh, right hand up. No, left hand up. Anyway. While she was gone, the game would treat her as though she did not exist. Yeah. Siri's the one who does that thing most often. I have seen Natsuki do it a couple of times, and Monika do it once. I think this is the first time I've seen Yuri do that. the hand swapping. But now she has. Yeah. Dev, why did you have all this spooky build up for, oh, I was on break? Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's presumably because it's fun to mess with your audience, see what reactions it gets, what kind of speculation. One, it was interesting. Oh yeah, totally. I mean, that's reason enough in itself. Two, wanted to have at least episode with effective horror. Yeah. It's like almost totally forgotten about her. Anyway. And after not too long, we would forget she was a part of her world and act like everything was fine. But it's all supposed to be temporary. Everything will be fine and normal when she comes back. At least, that's what she said. That's what she said. Yuri popping and locking as she exposits. Yeah. And this is apparently accompanied with no mention of changing presidency. Yeah, anyway. I can't remember exactly how long it's been since she went away on whatever experiment she's doing. A few weeks. Anyway, I trust her to know what she's doing. I'm sure she'll be back soon. This is the hello. Hey, welcome to the stream, Technity. How's it going? Anyway. So try not to worry too much about her, okay? It'll all work out. I wish every day could be this leisurely. Our parents are letting us go to school in the afternoon today because they're out of town until then. Are letting us go to school in the afternoon today? Sorry, as in they're... Sorry, I'm just trying to... So what's this mean? It's you mean that they're staying home for the morning, or well, I mean they're not at home though. They're in a playground. Going pretty good. Cool. I want to get some milk right now though. Okay. Oh, enjoy your milk. Afternoon school. Can you do that? Just show up partway through. Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm wondering like, what do you mean by like letting us go to school in the afternoon today? like. Parents just declared, okay, you don't have to go to school in the morning for some reason. Like I would think if they're out of town, like why would that stop the kids from going to school? I'm confused. They can when Yuri's parents call the school. Yeah. Oh, I understand that. Yuri's expected to babysit Shobu. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, surely, like, that's the thing, like, surely Shobu would have to go to school too, so, I don't know. Shobu has no way to get to school without his parents? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Moving on. Obviously, my brother, I put a comma after obviously. Obviously, my brother can't use public transportation, so I'm just babysitting until it's time for school. It's certainly a much better way to start the day. I'm neither an early riser nor a sleeper in. Sleeper inner? I don't know, maybe that's... Sleeper in? Is that a proper word? Is that like a... Like, sleeper hyphen in? Is that a proper noun? I mean, not a proper noun. I mean, is that a... I tried Googling sleeper in and it just wants to Google sleeper. And now I'm getting pages about sleeper cells, and I'm probably on an FBI wanted list now or something. It's a Yuriism? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard the term sleeper in, sleeper inner? I don't know. I mean, you can infer the meaning from context, obviously. I don't know. Anyway. Neither an early riser nor a sleeper in, but the early rush to start the school day is not pleasant in any event. Which means she's going to haul you out and sleep in you? I mean, that's the Act 2 Yuri. Anyway. It's much nicer to get up casually, make some breakfast, take your little brother to the park, and have time to double-check all your school assignments. A pity every day cannot be like this. Oh, but speaking of checking school assignments, I should do that as much as I can. I brought some of my homework here so I could check it, including some of the homework that's due tomorrow, which I've already done. Yeah. I have other plans for tomorrow. Other plans, you say? Other plans? What could those plans be, I wonder? Wow, that's terrible. Would hate that. Ouch. Sure. I'm not usually this proactive of a student, doing homework in advance and everything, but I'm going to be very busy this evening, so I needed to have my schoolwork squared away in advance. That's another reason I'm glad for the relaxed start to today. Everything's been very hectic recently, so this has been like a little oasis of calm. Shobu, that's not how you play with that. You have to get on the other side. There you go. I guess as much of an oasis of calm as babysitting my brother ever is. He's such a ball of energy, but I'm glad you get to see a little bit of our families. Or my family, anyway. Of everyone in the club, I definitely have the most substantial family. Substantial. To put it politely, that's... Wait, are you saying they're fat? Or are you just talking about quantity of members? Not that everyone else's family isn't lovely, of course. Anyway, I'll be at club later. Probably I will see you then. Just debating to put a comma after probably. It works fine as that, as it is. They all have her posture. Yeah. Just quantity? And to further clarify, quantity as in number of people, not as in quantity as in mass of people. Yeah, moving on. I hope you enjoy wherever the game takes you today. Be well. Oh, and she winks out of existence. So then I said, that's not how I remember it. You're always so funny. Well, sometimes anyway. When we're alone together, you always are. This expression. Well, of course I am. It's easier to be funny around you. I feel more relaxed when it's just us. Yeah, me too. It's just us. This is the replacement for just Monika in her absence, I guess. Has it always been that way for you? What do you mean? Like, you haven't always felt that relaxed with me, right? I remember it being kind of tense before we were going out. Yeah, but that's just because things were weird. Other than that, I've basically always felt comfy around you. Being with you feels like home to me. Feels like home to me. I'd be tempted to take that comma out. Or, I don't know. Being with you feels like home to me, I suppose. Like, we could work the comma there? I don't know. I don't know. Moving on. Stylistic choices. Do you remember in the 5th grade when I had to go on that long trip with my family? Yeah. Well, after like the 3rd day, apparently I kept complaining to my parents that I wanted to see you. They kept asking how long it would be until I got home so I could see Sayori. Get Sayori blushing. So he always bombs on open mic night in the literature club? Yeah. Correct for someone named MC, yeah. Anyway. And then, after like a week, I started writing up elaborate plans and schedules of all the cool stuff we could do once I got home. All I remember is that you gave me a big hug when I saw you again first after that trip. And then after that, it seemed like things were basically normal. I'd put a comma after that. Yeah, I definitely put a comma after that. Yeah, I don't think I kept most of those plans I wrote down, but I was really glad to see you. I'd put a comma instead of a period there. Again, these are all just my suggestions and stuff. Like the proofreading is pretty good. Honestly, I only saw that one like true typo so far, where there was an actual word that didn't belong. Most of my suggestions are just proofreading suggestions are just really wishy-washy. Well, you could put a comma there, but it's technically optional. Anyway, moving right along. I know, you never hugged me when we were little kids. I remember this so well because getting a hug really stood out. Yeah. Parents joked during the trip that really they just ought to see if your dad would be okay with them adopting you. Generally, I'm studying most of the pacing commas / periods, yeah. But yeah, that one you mentioned was hard in correction fixed. Cool. Hooray! Okay, from adopting you. That way I could cause us trouble during the next trip. So what do they say now that we're together? Oh, they seemed very unsurprised. In fact, they mentioned that story and said we've always been inseparable, so it's not very shocking. Yeah, my dad wasn't surprised either. He just smiled slightly when I said we were dating, and he said, of course you are. Really glad your dad likes me. He's a cool guy. Yeah, he is. But then, he's known you for a long time. Probably since we met, whenever that was. How did we meet? You have to look into your character file backstories now or something. Because you might not have actually existed at that point. It happened so long ago that I can't remember it. It must have been too small. Yeah, probably. And our parents don't really know each other that well, so they probably didn't introduce us? They probably know how we met anyway. We couldn't have become best friends without them knowing how. Well then, let's ask them. Otherwise, we won't know what to tell our kids when they ask how we met. I put a comma after otherwise. Yeah. Well, let's maybe try not to have kids yet. I don't feel ready to be a dad. I was kidding. Although I do really want to have kids with you someday. Yeah, I know, bud. I'm sure they'll make a great mom. Uh-oh. Sari has doubts. Everything alright? Well, that just made me think a little, I guess. But whether I will be a good mom? You're so wonderful at caring for others, Bun. I don't see how you could be anything else. I mean, yeah? Yeah, but I never really had an example of what a mom should be like. Yeah, because her mom passed away, right? Well, just take what your dad did and then just change gender role. I don't know. I mean, she has an example of what a dad should be like, theoretically. So just take lessons from that wherever you can. I mean, gender roles are overrated. Anyway, moving on. So I don't have anyone to use as a model. Plus I have my depression and something's chemically wrong with my brain. I hope I won't be one of those moms with really bad postpartum syndrome who ends up drowning her kids or something. I mean, that's a thing. That's a phenomenon. Postpartum depression is a thing. It's typical for because of the fluctuation in hormones. There's a physiological reason for it. Like there's a big depression spike after giving birth. Anyway, that's what I'd be afraid of. I think that worry is your depression getting you right now. You think so? Maybe, I'm not sure. But I really am worried about that. Those all seem like good reasons to worry to me. Well, at least that's a worry that you don't have to deal with for a long time. Thank goodness. And at least I know you'd make a really good dad. Well, I do my best. Alright, just about time. Are you all ready? Do you have everything? Yeah, I think so. And you brought your protractor today. Today's the class you're going to need it. Brought mine in case you forgot yours. It's been a long time since I used a protractor. I don't think I even have a protractor. I might. If I go rummaging in the drawer, I might find a protractor at the bottom of it or something. A thing that calculates the angles. Yeah, I can't think when would the last time I used a protractor have been. I probably used it at some point in high school. That would have been more than 20 years ago. Just a little wild to think about. Anyway. No, I remembered. Good job, then. See you at the first break. Okay, I love you. I love you too. Oh, don't forget your birthday party is this weekend. Oh, yeah? That gives us an idea where we are in the timeline. I mean, I recall, hey, first season, Sari's birthday fell on, like, episode 6, or I guess episode after episode 5. So I guess time got shifted a bit. I mean, we did establish that there are 2 weeks in between each session this time around. Dev, sorry, and MC had a kid every year in the time loop. Could they have a limitless amount of kids? How old would any of them get? I mean, these are things I wonder about myself. You know, like how the time loop affects people growing, living, dying, etc. Sorry, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Oh no. Don't dodge the question. It is roughly March 2022 here. Infinite pregnancy, yeah. March 2022. Now I'm wondering where this fits in. I mean, like the last episode, Yuri went and acknowledged Storm, and acknowledged my contribution to that and stuff. And I'm kind of now I'm like thinking where does this fall in the continuity of like when I released like my other works and stuff, and like when did I release Yuri's new toy? November 2021. Okay, so this would have this is now taking place after Yuri's new toy came out, which is just really weird for me to think about. I mean, somewhere in my brain, I still think of that mod as being a very recent one, a recent release. But yeah, no, November 2021. It's almost 2 years ago that came out. That's crazy. I mean, I swear, like the pandemic has really shredded my ability to, my perception of time and stuff. Yeah. And the demo for Turquoise came out July of 2022, so not yet at this point. Oh well, yeah, just curious. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of houses being filled with infinite amounts of yearbooks. Oof. Anyway, moving on. Oh, don't forget, your birthday party is this weekend. I know it sounds silly, but I also know you might actually forget if I don't remind you. Is something funny? Oh, I was just thinking. I know you'd be a good dad because you already take such good care of me. I will always do everything I can to take care of you, bun. Speaking of which, we need to go or we'll be late. See you soon. Have you a photo of Kenzo's crew building their car? Yeah. Hey, and Ria's here. She's got her own colored text box, and she's got Natsuki's theme. And you've got the background lifted from DDLC Plus. I think that's the first time this background's been used in this mod. And the bake sale and soccer tryouts ads in the background, and the vending machine that Natsuki uses as her excuse to meet Yuri in the totally non-canon Natsuri scenes. Ah yes, the gay stairs, yeah. Which I also used in the Turquoise demo, funnily enough. Like this background so much, yeah. Re and Nat confirmed? Wait a second. Is this Ree's perspective now? She has to be around here somewhere. Oh, Natsuki-senpai, there you are. Huh? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Oh, it's fine. I was just grabbing a snack. Sorry, I don't want to bother you at all. You didn't, it's fine. I just get weirdly feral when I'm eating alone. Like a wild animal with a scrap of food. Oh, I was kidding, Ree, just a joke. Oh. A little nervous, are you? Oh, yes, a little, maybe. Really? Just talk a little, me? Well, people say it can be kind of scary sometimes. Well, they're right. I am terrifying and wrathful. I, um... You did for purposes we will find out later. Oh yeah, referring to the turquoise. Yeah. Yeah. This past week I actually started making progress on the posing / coding side of things. You know, after dedicating so much time to the writing side of things. And I have to say, like, I'm partway through writing day 2, so we've seen the club for the first time, and Yuri's and Natsuki's appearances for the first time, and, like, not to sound overly pleased with myself or anything, but it's friggin' adorable. It's like, it's actually making me feel a little giddy and excited about the mod, because it's like, it's funny, it's one thing to, like, have the text, you know, for the script, you know, in text file format, I'm visualizing as I go along, like imagining what expressions everyone will have and stuff. But like seeing it actually acted out on screen is very different. And yeah, just looking forward to working on this and stuff. Nusky Riz, yeah, Riz, yeah. Keep that running gag going. But yeah, yeah. I felt the same way when I was making TLC for that matter. My first mod, like almost 6 years ago. So I guess that's just part of making the mod, I guess. Yeah, still need to like nail down like art resources and stuff. That could be the greatest source of delay, depending on how that plays out. You're feeling, yeah. Anyway, moving on. That's another joke. Oh gosh, sorry. I'm just a little. It's okay, for real. Don't stress out. Gosh, you startle easily. Seriously, it's fine. I'm not going to bite your head off. Well, that's good. Ha ha ha. So what's up? Looking for me? Yeah, I wanted to ask you something. What about? About the literature club? Oh, yeah? Question mark? I modest my child even if it will never see the outside world? Yeah. Well, keep at it. Yeah, hope you release it someday. I wouldn't mind seeing whatever you come up with. Yeah, I don't know. Even if you just like, I don't know, just release it in dev server or something, I'd be curious about it. I mean, considering how like the DDMC is, I mean, I hate to keep harping on it, but you know, they do have some. There is a bit of a toxicity problem there. There's a bit of a bigotry problem there, and yeah, I have some issues with the culture there, in ways that would be difficult to manage at this point, because it's been so long, and the community has grown up to such a size, you know, 60,000 people. It would be difficult to course correct the culture at this point. Unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Were you asking about the club? Oh, yeah? Yes, actually, I was thinking of joining, and I wanted to know what it was like. Natsuki looked with surprise. Oh, well, seems like everyone in the club gets along really well. Well, that's definitely true. And you like literature? Well, I could if I needed to be in the club. I mean, I definitely don't dislike literature or anything, although I've never really been particularly interested in it before. So why join the literature club? Well, you all seemed, oh gosh, this is embarrassing. You all seemed like you might be good friends. I see. Are you, in need of new friends, or friends at all. Well, not really in need of, I guess. I used to have more friends in middle school, but I ended up at a different high school. Most of the time in high school, I hung out by myself, and, well, I'd put a comma after school. Free? Just like me for real? I mean, this, I sort of get the feeling Natsuki's hesitant reaction is could be due to the whole, are we welcoming somebody else into the whole, truth about the nature of the world stuff. Although it could just be surprised that, this seemingly, timid girl is suddenly showing interest or whatever. Let's go. Oh man, this really possibly can. Yeah. Reality, your reality, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've been saying all along that people are welcome to join the club if they want. So, like, this theoretically had to have they had to have expected this to come up at some point. I don't know. I mean, again, like, the whole prospect of, like, if they introduce anyone else to the thing and to their what the reality of the simulation is and so on, potentially puts everyone in danger, particularly if they decide to give them presidential power, like they did with Poseida, which nearly killed her, and Dev helpfully said that earlier drafts of the script like actually did kill her, or potentially actually killed her. So it seems like there are high stakes involved in that, and maybe like it would have been a perfectly valid choice for them to say, you know what, no one else can join. We're just going to stick with the five of them plus Poseida at this point. But I don't know. I mean, arguably it helps keep up the illusion that nothing is wrong if they put up a front of anyone can join anytime. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. Mom said I need to be proactive and ask people that I think are cool to hang out or do something together. Proactive and ask people that I think are cool to hang out with, perhaps? Hang out with, or perhaps cool to hang out or do something together with? Like, I think maybe the word with belongs in there somewhere. No? Mom, you should ask people that you think are cool to hang out. I mean, sorry. The typical use of that phrase is like, I want to hang out with someone. Like, cool to hang out. I mean, unless you're using hang as a transitive verb and you're hanging that person out or something, which would be really weird. This doesn't seem grammatically correct. Natsuki, please bake your most disgusting cupcakes. Aww, oh no. Club during the festival. If you're in need of a club to join, please look further. We hope not to see you back here again. Yeah. Hangout is often used naked where I am anyway. Okay. Hey, it might be a dialectical thing. I've never heard that phrase used with that sort of grammar. Salt instead of sugar. Oh no. 11 dead, 24 poisoned. Um, but okay, but again, like even taking into account a possible dialectical difference in the use of the phrase "hang out," uh, be proactive and ask people that I think are cool to do something together. That would still would require the word "with," I would think. It's just the sentence just looks grammatically weird. No matter no matter how I slice it anyway. Maybe not no matter how you slice it. May I please bake your most disgusting cupcakes? Miss Ida, please bake your most disgusting cupcakes. Combustible cupcakes? Oh no. 44 dead, hundreds injured, school foreclosed. Right. Anyway, moving on. And you're super cool. You're one of the coolest people in the school. I'll keep blushing. And I really like Yuri Senpai because she's so kind and she's shy like me, and I think we could good friends if we got to know each other and could be good friends perhaps. I mean, Rie's just really nervous and tripping over words, I suppose. We could be good friends. Yeah, if we got to know each other and Natsuri is canon. Ha ha ha. Anyway, Rie begins speaking very rapidly. And I really think Sari and MC are a super cute couple and they're really nice, and I just think you could be a good group of friends, and maybe if I feel up to actually joining. You don't feel up to it? Well, like I said, I'm kind of shy. I was scared to even talk to you. I could tell. Do you want me to tell the others and see if they'd all be cool with you joining? I'm sure they would be. But if it would make you feel more confident, I could chat with them. No, not yet. Anyway, I mean, I still haven't decided if I'm going to be able to. But mostly I just wanted to ask what it was like. And, the kind of stuff a literature club does, I guess? I don't want to be a drag and ruin things just because I joined even though I don't know that much about literature. Oh, you won't. I don't really know that much about literature either. I just joined because I wanted to have a place to read manga in peace, at first. Read manga? I sure do. Don't tell anyone, but I'm not nearly as cool as people think I am. Hey. Satsurika? Don't Satsurika? Satsurika, so it's a combination of... Okay, that's L4 then, yeah. I mean, all for the girls anyway. Sorry, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monika. Apparently MC is left out of that grouping. Oh well. Well, I just think that makes you even cooler. It's cool when people have niche hobbies. So, do you read manga? Yeah, some, although only occasionally. Good enough to join the literature club. Honestly, only like maybe 65% of the stuff we do is really literature related. Other than that, we're just a close group of friends. I would put a comma after that. No, so, and this is important. Do you think manga is literature? Yeah, that's a potential deal breaker there, right? But we do some literature stuff. She said doo-doo. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, for instance, we write and share poetry every week. That weirded me out when I first joined. I've never really written poetry before. Was it the same for you? Well, I had written poetry before, but I never shared it with anyone before. Other than things like that, sharing, sorry. It's always weird when you have, like, the same word used in multiple sentences like that. I've written poetry before, I had written poetry before, I hadn't shared it with anyone before. I mean, it's all perfectly valid and sensical, but I don't know, it feels Feels weird. Oh well, moving on. Other than things like that, sharing poetry, it's mostly just a bunch of buds spending time together. And you're right, everyone in the club is really cool. So as long as you're cool with the poetry and stuff like that, I think it'd be just what you're looking for. Should I go ahead and ask around to make sure people are cool with it? Again, I don't really think that's necessary, but I can if it would give you peace of mind. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. When do you want to start? We're having a meeting today if you want to come by. I don't think I'm prepared for today. Prepared for it? Are you really that nervous? Yeah. Honestly, it took me a while to get up the nerve to talk to you. I thought you might be mean to me or make fun of me. Why would you think that? Well, I just don't know. I guess just you hear things about the girls who are popular and about how some of them are kind of mean. Aw. I was gonna realize she's become what she most hates. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I was that 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 look of, well, crap. That's not a reputation I want to have. Kind of reaction. Well. I don't know what I was thinking when I told you my mom wanted me to make more friends. Aw. Aw. At least all the times I've seen you being mean to people and making fun of them. Well, has she though? I guess I figured I might as well humiliate myself as much as possible and get it over with. But then you were super nice about it. Of course. Look, some of the popular girls can be kind of mean at times, that's for sure. Maybe even me, sometimes with people who piss me off. But with me, at least, I'm never mean just to be cruel, and as far as I'm concerned, it'd be super good to have you around. I'll talk with everyone, and you just let me know if you decide it's the right time to join, okay? Okay. Look forward to having you, sport. Suddenly she has a sprite? Whoa. Thanks. Hey. Ree has a sprite. Ree jump scare. Yeah. You could say it's scary. Hmm? That's because calling people sport, champ, boss, slugger, etc. Yeah. Or bud, or so on. Cute sprite, indeed. Hey, Slay Rabbit's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Selected great. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, this entire scene, I was thinking, I was wondering, is Ree gonna get a sprite? Like, it's like, oh, it's like this scene is leading me to think, oh, is she gonna get introduced, as be a proper member of the cast and not just be a background character who appears like for one scene every 3 episodes or something like that. But yeah, the fact that she suddenly has a sprite now is like, oh, okay. Why does the name box do that though? I guess she's got brown eyes, so she has a brown text box. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, I just told her to let us know when she wants to join. Is Yuri going to immediately perk up and say, by the way, Tormuse is here? It's like, don't say anything about our secret meetings. Why does do like that specifically to annoy you? Haha. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? We haven't had a new member since MC. I'm puzzled as to why you're so excited over this. Normally you're the most ardent that we keep the club small. Well, it'd still be small. We'd be up to, let's see, 5 members, Miss Ida as an advisor, and the room certainly starts to feel much more crowded than formerly. A few more members past that and we'll be as crowded as any other average club on campus. You don't like this idea? Don't want Ree to join? I have nothing against Ree, she seems nice, but I do worry about the club becoming crowded. Even more so, I worry about the problems that bringing in new members carries. What do you mean? Remember what it was like when we had to get Miss Ida on board. Or really, when any of us had to learn about what the literature club really is. I'm not sure I want to go through all of that again. Or whether it is right to let still another person experience all of that when they don't know what they're in for. Miss Ida was warned many times well in advance that things would not be the same for her, but she still chose this. Ree just thinks she's joining a fun club with lots of new friends. I mean, we don't need to tell her all that, do we? We could just make it a fun club with lots of new friends for her. And tread around the topic of basic reality the whole time. Well, I mean, that's kind of what you've been constantly opening yourselves up to for the entirety of the first 2 seasons by declaring anyone can join if they want. So, like, why are you surprised that this is coming up now? Oh well. It was a bug, but then it was actually okay with it. Rhea's chocolate flavored. Yeah. You're continuing to rub it in with 5 members. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to... 5 members and Miss Ida as the advisor. Okay, yeah. Like 5 including, as in, you know, Sarah, Natsuki, MC, Yuri, Reed being the 5th member, and Miss Ida. So it's still excluding Monika. Anyway. Epiphany learning it's a video game. Okay. Well, accurate establishments by making yourself the president right away. Yeah. Dark Ree cannot be denied. Yeah. Okay, moving on. She's not stupid. She would figure out something was weird eventually. Hopefully she would react to that differently than Miss Ida, but I wouldn't count on it. Plus, I think we sort of use the club as our little group therapy session for dealing with that topic. Well, I mean... Yuri? You have a very sensible position, which is exactly why it's really freaking questionable why you would be continually advertising, hey, anyone can join, for the entirety of the first 2 seasons. Like, why do you freaking bring this up now? Like, why did you wait until now to bring this up, after telling the whole friggin' school, anyone can join, come find us at this room? You know? Like... when the sprites for this mod were being made, did you have sketches for them already made as reference, or no? No, Ryu was created by the artist after the mod had occurred. Yeah. Fuki was stolen by me from Static OC to be Fuki instead. I did not actually steal it, she agreed. Yeah. So it was commissioned specifically for the character. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, moving on. So if you made that not a regular part of club anymore, it would be strange for us. Maybe, I guess. It just seems mean to turn her away. She just wants friends. Feels wrong to say no to that. You're a very kind-hearted woman, Natsuki, despite your occasional attempts to seem otherwise. It is touching that you consider her feelings so much. Well, of course I do. She feels lonely and wants more friends. Aw. Wouldn't anyone empathize with her? Sometimes it seems like there are many who would not. But yes, obviously I do, and I understand why you do. It's just, unfortunately, our situation is one where it's not so simple to join our club. Yeah, I put a comma after unfortunately. Yeah, it feels weird without the comma there. Kenzo just sort of showed up, yeah. I mean, that was the, the so-called chat MC sprite. I mean, that was originally made to be an MC sprite before. Yeah. Yeah, Childish N's sprite kind of took over that role. I mean, the rework. Anyway. You little fool, you wacky little thing. You Chad, you wait. That's not until the collection. Wait, what? Oh dear. Dev's posting spoilers in the chat again. um, yeah. Again, like this is just making me facepalm here because like Yuri is taking the completely sensible position here. It's just weird that this has happened so late in the game here. Like we're into season 3. Like this question that Yuri's asking here has been come up repeatedly and repeatedly brushed off every time. Oh well. Uh, Definitely very impactful spoilers. Some deep lore gets revealed. Sure, sure. Alright, moving on. Especially if you're doing it just to make friends and have fun. So I'm not sure if she'll be able to, or if it's a good idea. Well, I'm not just going to say no to her and leave her alone. Of course you're not. So what do you suggest? Well, I really would like to have her just join, but you bring up some good points. How about I talk it over with the other club members and we'll get their opinions? I think it's a remarkably well-considered plan. What do you mean, remarkably? Yeah, that does seem a bit condescending there, Yuri. Well, uh-oh. And I'm back. Oh, hey, that was... Well, that came out of nowhere. So sudden, yeah. This seems like a good note to go use the washroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Just like Monika. I have returned. Monica jump scare, yeah. I'll be right back. And she was, yeah. Not jump scare Monica? Hi, it's me. Yeah. Hi, it's me, soundboard button. Yeah. She was. Yeah. So yeah. Natsuki's reaction there, like, presumably, I mean, from what Yuri was saying, like now that Monica's reinserted herself into the game, does that mean everyone's memories of her have returned? Or is there like a delay on that? Uh, like, I mean, Yuri sort of hinted that there was some delay on people forgetting about Monica, or like she said in time we would uh, carry on as if like she didn't exist or something like that, or however she phrased it. Shows us in the exact tone and cadence as the one Game Boy Pokemon ad. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that ad. Yeah, I have to look it up, I guess. But shoot, there's something else I was going to say. Um, but yeah, again, this also another thing I was commenting on in my speculations was about the fact that Yuri being president suggests that she's the only one that has the ability to manipulate the code at that time. But this also sort of this. I mean, it seems fairly clear that Yuri wasn't the one that brought her back here, and it seems to suggest that Monica brought herself back, which hints that she has the powers to manipulate the code even when she isn't president. If you heard it on a million old VHS tapes as a young child like me, you would really be able to read those 4 words in that way. Yeah. Yeah, relatable. Um, I mean, I grew up in the '80s, but yeah, I don't recall. I don't recall. I remember the Game Boy. I don't recall Pokemon ads. Um, I don't know. Pokemon wasn't really a thing when I was a kid, or at least, I mean, I don't know if there were ads for it. I missed them all. Anyway, shoot, what was I gonna say? Yes, so Monica just unceremoniously just put herself back in. Um, Sort of tempted to make this a thumbnail for the video, but that kind of spoils things. So I'll probably make it the re-image instead. um, but what was I gonna say? Um, yeah, I mean there's still the question remains of like why, if Monica was, you know, doing all this coding stuff during the last session, and Yuri was helping her with it, or at least was aware of it. Um, why all the secrecy? Like, why keep it hidden from the player? Why not mention any of it? For their audience of people who write in regularly. I know the meta reason is because Dev wanted to be all mysterious and get a buzz for speculation of what the heck happened to Monica. But anyway, let's move on now. And I'm back. Did you guys miss me? Oh, hopefully not. That's so disorienting. Right. No, we didn't miss you. Or I didn't, anyway. Hey, yes, hey, chat. Hey, welcome to the stream, Lurkers here. How's it going? I think I had completely forgotten you exist. What about you, Yuri? I almost did until Tormies asked me where they were this morning. Monica blushing. Where they were? Did she just use the coward's they to refer to Monica? You can refer to Monika as she, Yuri. Just saying. Or did Monika decide she's non-binary at some point that we don't know about? Can I listen here? They, them, Monika. Yeah. Couldn't remember Monica's pronouns. Yeah. It's so hard, though. No, I'm joking. Anyway. And memory's still returning, yeah. Mass pillars in shambles, yeah. Until Tormes asked me where they were this morning. That jogged my memory. I think I was starting to forget again when you showed up. Well, I'm back now. I'll have to make sure there are no side effects. Can't have you forgetting me while I'm actually present bodily in the simulation. I still don't get exactly what you were doing. Like, I understand you're trying to find a way to break the time loop, but I don't get how. Well, I was doing an experiment. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that establishes that that was the other thing I was going to say, or I meant to say, but I forgot. Is that okay? If Monika is doing some kind of experiment in the code, yada yada yada, like surely she should have communicated that to others. Like I would hope, I would think, I would hope that the whole club would have had to agree to that before they do experiments with that. I mean, I don't know. They're being awfully laissez-faire about. Is that the right for expression? They're laissez-faire, like easygoing. They're being awfully easygoing about you know, messing with reality in ways that could potentially destroy everything. Like Yuri messing around with the world.bat file without telling him. Not just without telling him, specifically making sure that Sayori and MC had left before she messed around with it. You know, so I kind of wondered if it was some kind of whatever they were doing, messing around with reality, shouldn't they have communicated that to everyone? But the fact that Natsuki brought it up here suggests that, okay, maybe she did tell everyone. He starts screaming about being reminded of current day. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what that line meant there. Anyway, moving on. I was doing an experiment. I got some ideas about how the simulation works on our minds when all that stuff happened last year with your sister and Miss Ida. So I was doing an experiment on my own file to see if I could learn some things. It just needed me to exist only in the file structure for a while. That must feel weird. It does. So, what did you learn? Well, basically, I think it's now possible for us to break the time loop, if we want. Just like that. Just like that. We wouldn't have to do some terrible game thing where someone might die or get hurt or something. No, not this time. Although I understand why you might be afraid of that given our history. I mean, apparently not afraid enough to, like, not fully discuss what she was doing. Oh well. No, so far as I can tell, I just need to disable a few variables, and then time will resume normally. There's a reference to a video of a bald British man screaming about pronouns in Starfield that's become a meme? Oh, okay. He was non-compliant, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't, I'm not familiar with that meme, but I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, some people get upset about that sort of thing for some reason. Anyway, when can this be done? Whenever we want. And time will start really passing for just us, or for everyone else too. For everyone. And we'll age normally too. Well, I don't mind that, but I know you do. Could we turn off the aging? I mean, you're making up the rules as you go along here, so why not? In before Monika accidentally accelerates aging. And then and they're all elderly in the next episode. But seriously though, I mean, we've already established that people can be brought back from death, so the whole aging thing shouldn't be an issue theoretically, right? Like she said, all she's doing is disabling a few variables. Right. Well, I'm not 100% sure of that yet. However, yes, I think so. This sentence feels weird with all these commas. I'd put a period after the yet. Well, I'm not 100% sure of that yet. However, yes, I think so. That's how I'd be tempted to structure that sentence, or sentences. Elderly Doki's, why does that sound funny? Natsuki's little granny baking cookies. Yeah. Yeah. I did read, I'm gonna say like a devastatingly sad fan fiction. There's a short fan fiction story about elderly Yuri going to visit Natsuki's grave after a lifetime of living together. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna make me sad if I recount it, but it's called Violet Denouement. So you can look it up if you want to feel sad. Tries to bind a cupcake and her dentures stick to it. Haha. Does sound tragic, yeah. No, I mean it's for the body of the fan fiction. Yuri is trying to yeah, she's visiting Natsuki on their anniversary because they were married, and she's recounting all the happy memories they had together over their lifetime together. And it ends with her breaking down and crying, and the last lines are, "Why did our story have to end so soon? Why did it have to end at all?" And it's so sad. Hey, Interpreter84 is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Did you see the email of all time is in this episode? Oh, really? Oh, is that one's coming up? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, with Monika's absence in episode 2, I was thinking, you're going to get an influx of emails directed at Monika, wondering what the heck happened to her. So, yeah, I get it. I get where the quote-unquote email of all time fits into this. There's something eerily similar to that in like a random notepad file when I was going through some bad times. Oh yeah? No, don't. Oh no. Flashbacks, that story, fanfic. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. But only by putting the time loop back on. Wait, sorry. Turn off the aging, but or just just reset yourselves if you die. Like, you've already proven you can do that. So, anyway. Whenever time is truly moving forward, we'll always be aging. So you're forced into a choice between aging and the unreality of the time loop. I'm afraid so. Or anyway, I think so. Like I said, I'm not absolutely certain of that yet. And anyway, that's more choice than people get in the real world. It certainly is. I guess we can talk about this more fully once everyone is together in the club. Yeah, that sounds like the best plan. You okay there, Natsuki? Yeah, I guess. I guess I'll never really understand how you guys cope with all this heavy shit. Like, oh, we could undo this weird universe-spanning time loop curse thing, but it costs you part of your immortality or all of it. Like, this is literally life and death stuff we're talking about here, but you guys talk about it all normal. Haha, well, time to make another decision that will completely change your lives, if you can call them that. That's another fun-filled day at the Literature Club. Welp. I mean, that's kind of how it is. I mean, I mean, hey, like Natsuki's one of the people who like took into stride the whole lobotomy thing and didn't remark about it at any point. So I didn't ask for any of this. Yeah, Rie has much to look to. Yeah. Rie loves choices like those, actually. Well, we shall see, I suppose. Anyway, Natsuki, it's really not so bad. No, she's got a point. I mean, I basically feel that way too about all of this. I've just gotten used to it, I think. We probably all deal with it at different rates of speed, I guess. And I don't know if you'll get used to it or not eventually, Natsuki. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. But as long as you don't, we'll at least have a really good perspective on things. Someone to remind us of how strange and momentous our weird little world really is. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. Thanks, Monika. No problem. Anyway, I'm glad to be back. Believe it or not, I've actually missed being the president of the club. And not just because I miss Tormies either. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to comment on, yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to, yeah, like I said before, I was feeling groggy at the start of the stream, and I was like, there's something else I wanted to mention, now I can't remember. But yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to comment on. Monika's general, I'm going to say, push-pull about wanting to be president, like, I mean, she did agree to do this, like, changing presidency from time to time, and like the original reason given in season 1 was that she needs a break from being bombarded by all the the stimuli that come with being president. But that when not having the president powers, uh, uh, she feels like she misses the player's presence. So yeah, like I said, some kind of push pull between those things. Not 100% clear on how Yuri feels about the whole thing. She did remark one time that she has an idea why Monika feels the gets some sense of enjoyment about seeing the player, having the player's presence, or being aware of the player's presence. So yeah. Anyway, the club's choosing immortality. Wow. When the club chooses aging and eventual death, that's fine. Choose time. Were they in a closet together? Let's see. Not technically in a closet. No. Referring to MC and Sayori from the end of season 2, presumably. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Not just because I miss Termies either. Looking forward to taking my turn again. Sayori's the president right now? No, actually, it's still me. Still? Or has it been longer than I thought and it looped back around? No, it's been the amount of time you expected. I just offered to stay on as president for a bit. Well, so you say. You didn't specifically offer that. I mean, you did for the festival, but it just never got brought up again. Like that was one of the curious things about it, that Yuri said that she'd retain presidency for the festival and change afterward, and then it just did not come up again, which kind of made me wonder if along with Monika being erased, if they erased the memories of the president switching. And maybe everyone thought that Yuri had been present all along or something. There's nothing to contradict that notion. Let's make reference to an email that was sent. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Gotcha. Well, being in an electronic void makes me hungry. Is it lunchtime? It is. Well then, I'm going to go see what kind of pescatarian options are down in the cafeteria today. So, like, basically fish. Maybe I'll have some miso or fish. Man, that fish is gross. It's definitely not my favorite, but given the usual options available to me, it's the best I can do a lot of the time. You guys want to come with? I brought my lunch, of course, but I'll come wait with you. Yeah, I'll come too. Aw. Was there a weird focus change issue there? I feel like there might have been. I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, maybe I imagined it. Yeah, okay. I'm just reviewing it in clip form. You know what? No, I think I just imagined it because it looks fine. Hmm. This guy looks okay code-wise. Yeah, yeah, it looks fine. Ah, this line is longer than usual. Peak lunch hours, but at least they have my gross fish. Natsuki, you want anything? Yeah, I'm gonna get a salad, but I'll get my own. Thanks for offering. Well, I think it would be fun. Yay, I'm glad you think so. Oh, hey, everyone else is here. Including Monika. Including Monika. Oh, good. I'm glad. It felt really weird when I suddenly remembered she exists. Yeah, same here. Where are they? I don't see them. Right behind you. Oh, hi guys. Hi, Sayori. How have you been these last couple of weeks? So used to talking to you every day that it feels weird not seeing you for a while. Wait, they talk every day? I mean, we've established they've been meeting every week for the first 2 seasons. Now they're meeting every 2 weeks. So, is this really a regular I'm just thinking about like season 2 when they had their falling out. Did they start talking every day after the falling out, or were they talking every day leading up to the falling out too? That has all kinds of implications. Like I think this is the first mention of them talking daily before. Like, was it referring specifically to Sayori, whom she talks to more or less daily? Yeah, exactly. They've always been very good friends. Sure, roommates almost. Just gal pals. I don't know. I think this is the first mention that they talk to each other every day, though, and that raises all kinds of questions and implications. Anyway. I've been good. It was weird forgetting you existed, but it feels nice now that you're back. Yeah, for sure. I missed you guys. What was it like in the electronic realm? Really weird. I hadn't been fully back there since we started the club back up again. I forgot how loose it feels. Loose? Yeah, I guess so. Only I would know what I mean when I say that. It's hard to explain. Like, your sense of self is there, but it's very frayed. Like when the light from your flashlight gets blurry because you're shining on something too far away. It feels like you're, I don't know, spread out? I think I get it. Yeah. But goodness, there's lots to talk about with what I discovered. Like what? Okay. Oh. Was there a focus change fail there? I think Sari didn't defocus. Or... I don't know. I need to keep an eye on these things. I wasn't 100% sure. I was looking somewhere else. She did? Okay. She just remains high Z order. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't usually mess around with the Z orders. Oh well. Anyway. Okay, before we get into that, though, there's a thing I need to bring up. So, Rie came up to me a little bit ago, and long story short, she told me she was looking to make new friends, and that the literature club seemed cool, and that while she has no particular interest in literature, she doesn't hate it and thinks it would be cool to join. So I was talking about it with Yuri because I was really excited to have her join, but then Yuri pointed out that joining our club is kind of complicated, so I wanted to know what you all thought. Should you really be talking about this out in public in the cafeteria? I mean, if you're trying to keep the whole, nature of reality a secret and everything, this seems like the kind of thing they should wait until you're actually in the club, behind closed doors. Oh well. I see. I was worried about the meta implications of a new member. I know I was eager for Miss Ida to be told the truth, but that is because she, to some extent, seemed prepared for the revelation, and wouldn't leave us alone about it. I'm not so sure with Rie. She just thinks she'll be getting new friends and a fun new activity. But we don't actually have to tell her about the whole thing, do we? We could try to avoid it, sure. But remember how awkward everything was when Kenzo was doing his temporary stint with us, or when Masaida was with us before she knew. It was a difficult topic to avoid, and it definitely made the club feel a lot different. Yeah, I mean, there's that. I understand what you mean, yeah. But, you know, we do have practice with acting normal in club now, separating the weird stuff from the normal stuff. Maybe we could do what we did before and have regular club at school and weird meta club afterwards. I suppose. But I do worry that we might eventually feel bad keeping the secret, and no matter how careful we are, I feel like we're bound to let out something suspicious if we remain in proximity long enough. I don't suppose you learned anything about tampering with people's memories while you were on your little trip, did you, Monika? No. I actively try not to think about learning or doing things like that anymore. Doesn't seem right. The thing is, she seems so nice and so genuine, and she really wanted to be friends with us. It seems mean to tell her no. Not only mean, but it could also get us in trouble with the school. We're supposed to be open for anyone to join. Yeah, see, there you go. I mean, this sort of, you know, this tiny bit of world building here, and that they are actually mandated to be open to letting new members in, to the point that they could get in trouble with the school. Anyway, if we turn people away for no good reason that they can see, that could cause issues. Did she say she wanted to join today? No, she said she wasn't ready for it quite yet, but wanted me to pass the word along and make sure everyone was cool with it. So it sounds like we could unofficially tell her no without any word of it getting back to school, if we had to. And it sounds like we've got some time to think about it too. Well, we can talk about it later, I suppose. For now, let me tell you guys about what I figured out. So, interestingly enough, the whole time loop thing is tied into our character files. Turns out that the time loop does not force our character files to make us feel indifferent about it. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that our character files making us feel indifferent is what causes the time loop. Okay. So you have to care really hard about it. That randomly reminds me of that one episode of Care Bears back from the 80s. I don't know why that memory came back. I care. Just gotta believe. Yeah. Anyway. Wait, what? Yeah, I get how that might be confusing, but it turns out the game reads a lot of things in our character files to decide how to run the world. I thought we had that world.bat system to run things. We do, but it's based on the existing architecture of the game, and a lot of that turns out to be dependent on our characters. Parappa the Rapper? What? I do not recognize that reference. Anyway, which I guess makes sense given the way our game is supposed to work, but yeah, I found what exactly is causing us to feel that way about it. And I'm quite sure that if I disable that in us, it'll cause time to move forward normally. Like, all the way normally? All the way normally. Normal aging and everything. So, like, get old and die eventually? Yep. Not sure how I feel about that. Neither am I. You all know how I feel about death, but fixing the time loop is a thing we've been talking about for a long time, and I didn't want to hide the fact that I think we can fix it now just because I'm phobic about death. I'm not sure you're phobic about death. It seems like a perfectly rational thing to be afraid of, after all. Yeah, true, but you know what I mean. So, can we turn it off and then turn it back on again? Could maybe get the best of both worlds if we could control when the time loop was happening or not. That's true. Yeah. Asking if I mess up, Dad's gonna bite me? What? Going what you said earlier, don't worry, no one actually listens to what is said in public so long as it doesn't affect them. It's still a weird place to be having this conversation. Parappa deep cut? Yeah, I'm still not getting that reference. Anyway. I'm not sure if we could turn it back on again. I guess I'd have to run some more experiments. I have a different question. What's that? So I get that the whole mortality thing is one problem with turning off the time loop, but what about the whole club presidency thing? I mean, yeah, that's an issue too. I mean, if the whole nature of the way their world works is built into who is the club president, and we also established. I mean, the end of season 2, when they attempted to make Miss Ida the club president, it didn't take until Miss Ida signed a form indicating that she was enrolling in the school. So that's just that if people can't be president unless they're enrolled at the school, then breaking the time loop might mean that no more presidency, meaning no more ability to alter code and stuff. FTR, I was screaming this question at Monika and Dev while this episode was premiering. Yeah. Laugh if they instantly get old. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I mean, the situation with Miss Ida made it pretty clear that you have to actually be the president of this particular literature club for it to work. If we graduate, we can't still be in the school's literature club. No, you just enroll in adult courses like Miss Ida did. Problem solved. And if the club continues, won't someone else get the whole presidential powers thing? Oh, that could be troubling. Like, if we let Ree join, then we all graduate, won't she just be president by default and then get all the information whether she wants it or not? And if we just disband the literature club, what happens then? I mean, that's an important question. Would the world even still work? Or does our weird simulation thing depend on the existence of the literature club? Plus, Monika. Yeah, I know. I hadn't even thought of this. I don't know the answers to any of those questions, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's something that we need to think about more. I put a comma after obviously. To be fair, they can immediately become young again just by altering the line. Character age, or whatever age the character is here, yeah. I think I'd have a lot of trouble letting go of my connection to the real world, which surprises no one. Oh, don't be so down on yourself. You've been a lot less dependent on it than you used to be. Thanks, Sayori. I know, it's just that, even so, I'd still find it pretty hard to live without Tormies around. I don't want that level of independence from it, you know? Yeah, I think I get it. So, what do you do now about all this? I'm not really sure. Actually, there's another thing we're forgetting. Miss Ida. We don't know what would happen to her if we did all this. Well, assuming everything didn't break, she'd probably be fine. Just keep living her life as normal, yes? Maybe. In any event, I think she ought to be consulted about all of this. Well, yeah, I mean, I would hope so. Also, I put a comment after event. Yeah, I definitely put a comment after event. You want to talk about it at club today? Maybe. There's no huge rush on any of this. When the feeling is right, we can talk about it. Wait, why would you hide it from Miss Ida? Is that why this meeting is happening here? Like, what reason exists to hide this from her? Are you seriously going to pretend like, oh, hey, Monika's back. Nothing happened while she was gone. No adults allowed, yeah. That's exactly, yeah, that one, I agree with that. Yeah, he's gone, yeah. Anyway, the feeling is right, we can talk about it. Or when I'm not really tired from being spread across several computer files with no actual body. That makes you tired? Surprisingly, yes. I'm not sure why, but each time I've come back from it, I felt really beat. I put a comment after it. Each time I've come back from it, I felt really beat. Yeah, just a natural pause there. Club is historically not good at hiding things from Miss Ida on multiple levels, haha, yeah. And hungry. So I'm going to scarf this down before the bell rings. Yeah, let's eat. Sayori starts to scarf down her food, talking with her mouth full. Oh, hey, there was going to be a free day with our high school students at our favorite aquarium tomorrow. Sorry. The aquarium again? MC and I are going to go. You guys should definitely come. Oh. Yuri and Natsuki pointedly looking at each other. At this, after Yuri established that she has some important thing that she's doing tomorrow that she alluded to at the beginning of this episode. And this sort of hints that, yeah, she was doing something with Natsuki. or doing Natsuki, Anyway, Saida's about to enroll for another degree if these kids graduate and go off to college. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Sure, that sounds fun. Can't. Dad's on my back about homework. I appreciate the invitation and hope you'll continue inviting me to things, but I'll pass this time due to a prior obligation. That's okay. Sayori takes another huge bite of food. It's just really nice to have everyone back together. Really glad you're back, Monika. Aw, thanks. I'm glad to be back with you all. Aw. Oh hey, Kenzo's back. So it seems like everything's going well. Definitely no grade issues like we had last time. No, man. Made sure to work hard this semester, even on the subjects I really don't like. Well, that's adult life for you. And being an adult is working hard on something even though you hate it. Well, oh, I think we just had a focus change fail there. Well, that's an oversimplification. But basically, yes. But anyway, because you've worked hard, we don't really have anything that needs fixing for you right now academically. Focus fixed, cool. So why don't you head out and enjoy the rest of lunch? They both of them defocus simultaneously. Gladly. Thanks, Asaida. No problem. Oh, tell the next student to come in on your way out, won't you? Sure. Phew. Glad the faculty office is empty right now. Really, I should just do this in my classroom, but it's so far. Or maybe I'm just lazy. Henry came in. She returned. I like the little like the pose, which suggests shyness, I guess. A lot, I guess the eyebrows contributed too. It's one of the things I commented on this before, that all of the characters have sprites which give some implication about their personalities. Like Natsuki with her constantly clenched fists, and compared to Sayori with her hands always open. Extrovert, no. Extrovert? No, she's more introverted, I would think. But I don't know, just that pose, like the hand clutching the other arm like that, suggests nervousness, suggesting like the shyness. Anyway, moving on. Hi, Ri. Hi, Miss Ida. Oh, why so nervous? Your grades seem great as usual. Oh, well, that is to say, I guess I'm just unusually nervous today, for whatever reason. Okay. Well, just like with my last student, there's not a lot academically for us to discuss because you're doing so well. But if there's something else you want to talk about, I'm happy to talk with you. Yeah, I was tempted to put a comma after discuss. Not a lot academically for us to discuss because you're doing so well. Anyway, moving on. Well, yes? No. No. Ri? No, really. Everything's fine. There's nothing I need to talk about, I promise. But there's very clearly something you want to talk about. No. I mean, I thought about talking about it. Then I decided I think I've already done all the talking about it I need to do. Well, okay. You know, my door is always open if you change your mind. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll probably want to talk with you about it eventually, just not yet. Thanks for being so understanding and such a great teacher. Everyone loves you, you know. Well, that's sweet. Well, I can assure you that not everyone loves me. Everyone whose opinion you should listen to loves you. Anyways, lunchtime. Bye. Bye, Ree. Ree really has big Kobani without without the failing vibes. Yeah, I've been meaning to mention. I actually did watch Chainsaw Man recently, the first season. Um, it's a fun show. I mean, very violent, as you'd expect. A show about a guy who sprouts chainsaws from his hands and face to be. But yeah, it's a fun show. Interesting characters, and yeah, Kobani, the big shy cinnamon bun. It's regularly freaking out about stuff. At least none of them are trying to examine weak-willed stiffs. Sure. Isn't it even about the literature club? She was trying to talk to Ida about something completely unrelated? Sure. Maria's a crush on Miss Ida? Yeah, right. Just a baby. It's normal for students to crush on their teachers. It happens. I really want to know what the drip meme is about, and I think Miss Ida will know because she knows about dripping things in chemistry, but maybe that's wrong and I don't know what else. That's silly. Sure. Let me friend and you cut Carl. Yeah. Let's not have the other way around for sure. No, don't say that. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Such a strange girl. Wonder what she wanted to talk about. Literature club. You really look forward to this every week, don't you? Yeah, so one time a week we get all the friends together to do cool stuff usually. We just ate lunch with everyone, though. Usually. Besides, that's not the same. It's different when it's literature club. That is true. I understand what you mean. Anyway, where is everyone? I believe we are the first ones here today. Uh-oh. Wow. Okay, everyone. Or rather just Natsuki and Yuri so far, I suppose. She just wanted to say okay, everyone. Not okay, you two? Yeah. Hello, Monika. What is the plan for today? I didn't have one in particular. It's like, her plan was to float in non-existence, I suppose. Monika historically says okay, everyone at particular times. Yeah. But with just getting back from my trip, I don't have a lot planned. Comma inside the quote for trip. In the interest of keeping things consistent, I probably want to put the comma outside the quote. Every time she enters a room, yeah. Every time she enters a room. Every time she enters a room, she says, okay, everyone. No, I don't know how to make that fit the rhythm. Every time. I don't know. But the MC is sorry, have a lot planned though. Well, we shall see. Maybe we could do that thing where we draw names out of a hat to determine the activity. It's always fun when we do that. I'm sure, I don't see why not. I'll ask the others when they arrive and we'll see what they say. Speaking of which, that's definitely someone coming down the hallway I hear. Hi guys. Feel free to get started whenever. I'm going to be at the desk working on an assignment for my class. Wait, you have to do that after school? Wait, Beside has nothing to say to Monika? It's like, oh hey, you exist. There's no one in the room with you? Yeah. Anyway. Well, yes, of course. There's not nearly enough time during breaks to make assignments and grade tests and stuff. Do they pay you for work you do after school hours? No, it's all just stuff you're expected to do on your own time to keep up. Yep, I've heard that. I've heard that criticism. That's been a thing for decades. The question of, hey, shouldn't teachers get paid for their prep time? You know? Like, there's a lot of thankless stuff that teachers have to do as part of their jobs. Miss Ida is much too busy to deal with all the literature mumbo jumbo. She has to grade quizzes, man. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing I was going to say is, I mean, since Yuri's been present for 3 weeks straight at this point, well, 3 sessions straight, you'd think that she would be coming up with the club activities. Anyway, how much of this kind of stuff do you got to do? Quite a bit. Lesson plans, grading, creating assignments, supervising clubs voluntarily. Hey, you got yourself into this mess. True. But yeah, it's at least 2 or 3 hours of work a day on average, I'd say. 2 or 3 hours of unpaid overtime? Ouch. I was too busy buying dry erase markers for the class with her own money to think about Monika, yeah, which is true every week anyway. Ouch. Eating ramen, instant ramen. 1 session equals 1 week. It's been moved to one session every 2 weeks at this point in the continuity. But for the first 2 seasons, it was 1 session per week. To keep with the theme of weekly club meetings, because this was originally released weekly, episodically. Although to be fair, she ate instant ramen anyway since she is Misato? Yeah. Cup noodles and Ibisu? 1 session still equals 1 week in the universe, even though releases are every 2 weeks? Oh, really? Oh, wait, really? Okay. 1 week the size of 2 weeks? Oh, okay. I thought that the in-universe club sessions were moved to once every 2 weeks, but okay. Moving right along. Man, that's messed up. It's not too bad, really. We get summers off after all, and the prep work is a lot easier to do then. Plus, the school day ends before most people get out of work. Except you do the club with us on Wednesdays. And for some reason, you never seem to get out of here at the same time other teachers do. I'd put a comma after reason. And for some reason, you never seem to get out of here at the same time other teachers do. Even when it's not Wednesday. I've been waiting for a ride here at 6 and you've still been here. She's just a very hard worker. Yeah, there's just a lot to do sometimes. Hello! I am ready for Leisure Club. Let's do this. You're pumped about Leisure Club too, huh? Deb was Weasley about this when the episodes were coming out. Yeah, the canon is loose. Basically, whatever's most narratively convenient for me. Yeah. You're a loose cannon. Yeah, and just like... And here, Monika, she's a very hard worker. Yeah, has a lot to do sometimes. Like, they're directly interacting with each other and they're just still not acknowledging the fact that, oh, hey, you didn't exist last week. Anyway, you're pumped about Literature Club too, huh? Yeah, me too. I am psyched. Literature Club, Literature Club. Well, they're excited. It's cute the way they hype each other up. Yeah, it is. Just don't let Natsuki hear you say that. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. Unless you were doing it on purpose to tease her. Why? I would never do such a thing. Of course not. Sorry you had to be club president all this time. It's a big burden to carry, I know. Oh, it's not so bad. I was going to say, if you need some time to reorient, I'd be happy to continue on for a bit. Very generous of you, but I should get back to it. I think it's best if we keep it moving around as usual. Plus, it's been a while since I've been able to be around Tormuse. Need to get my fix in. I understand completely. Shall we get started? What are we going to do today, Monika? I mean, besides poems and stuff. Oh, sorry, You just talked about switching presidency and then pulled everyone onto the screen. I thought we were going to do that immediately, but okay. Well, Natsuki suggests we bring back the names in a hat thing. What is the names in a hat thing? It's a way we have of coming up with novel activities for the club's downtime. Basically, we just throw everyone's name in a hat and pull one each week, and whoever gets their name drawn that week gets to decide what we do that week. So long as it's reasonably related to literature, of course. Of course. Sounds like a fun idea, then. You want your name in there, Miss Ida? No, that's okay. This is your guys' club, after all. You should get to decide what you do. I mean, after everything that's happened, I think it would be fair to include her in that. Yeah. I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you the chance, since you're really one of us now. One of us. One of us. Thanks, guys. But you're the students whose club this is. I'm just the faculty supervisor. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll be over at the desk, supervising. And again, there's a period inside the quote around supervising. You get MC should replace his name with Ida's name? What? I don't know about that. Anyway, man, she works too hard. Maybe, it's hard to tell. Maybe that's just how it is to be a teacher. It just occurred to me, did Monika get to do her usual cleanup of the club room before everyone arrived? I mean, Yuri and Natsuki were there first. So, I don't know. I think that more likely it's going to be Yuri? What, replace his name with Yuri? I'm confused. Anyway, moving on. Maybe it's just how it is to be a teacher, or a good one at least. Well, anyway, shall we do the names in a hat? Or in this case, names in a pencil case? Yeah! Alright, give me a second. Alright, here we go. First up to decide our activity is Yuri. I feel like I always go early when we do this. Yeah. Just watch Hamlet again. In a hat, that is, yeah. Yeah, the one who doesn't have the prep time. Although, again, theoretically, like, Yuri being president, would she have come up with club activities anyway? I don't know. Anyway. I'm always thus caught unprepared with an activity. You were prepared last time, and in any event I'm confident you can come up with a good activity. Yes, I think I can. Hopefully one everyone will enjoy. Reading. You want us to read again? Yuri looks so pleased. Yes, and more specifically, to read a Lovecraft short story. Oh, there you go. And what terrible, boring Lovecraft story will we be reading today? It probably won't be that boring. If you really don't want to read a Yuri thing, you could just say so. Sayori. Yeah? I do not think that Natsuki genuinely hates this idea. She might even think it's an interesting idea rather than a boring one. But she is engaging in friendly, light jibing after her usual manner. Oh, you're saying it's a Natsuki thing. Precisely. Yeah, that was I noticed Yuri's pretentious.png image showed up again. Yes, you replace your name in a hat, that is? Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I get it, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Precisely. Oh, good. Yeah, I know about her doing her Natsuki thing. She does it all the time as a sign of affection. I'm right here. Yes, well, let's get on with the activity then. What story are we reading, Yuri? The Color Out of Space. Yeah, you see, there's a period outside of quotes. Oh yeah, that one's super cool. Oh, Natsuki's read it already? Wait, did Yuri pick a book that she or a story that she knew Natsuki had read? Monika, Sari, and MC reacting to Natsuki's reaction. And Yuri reacting to her reaction, for that matter. Natsuki, I have an idea. Have the person whose name was drawn last week not be an option to pull? I mean, I think that's how it goes anyway. Wait, you already read it? Oh, yeah, I read that one. Oh, when did you read Lovecraft? Oh, a little while back, I think. Anyway, let's not embarrass Natsuki further by grilling her on when she read the stories that she professes to be bored by. Otherwise, we'll run out of time to actually read this thing. I put a comma after otherwise. How long is it? Oh, not too long, maybe 20 pages with a decent sized print and generous spacing. Well, let's get to it then. Miss Ida, you want to read it too? Sorry, busy, but you guys go ahead. Well, that was something. I feel like I want to read that now. The color out of space. I had to look that up. Here, I'll make a note of it. The color out of space. Also, I noticed it's the international spelling of color with the U in it, not the usual American spelling, interestingly. H.P. Lovecraft. Color out of space is dope. Favorite Lovecraft story? Oh yeah. Lovecraft was pretentious and preferred British spellings despite being American. Yeah, well, British spelling, but we spell it that way in Canada as well because we get some cues from Britain, including having a constitutional monarchy, where we like refer to the Queen or the King now, I suppose. Anyway, moving on. Well, that was something. What did you all think? I thought it was sad. That family and their kids and animals and stuff. They were all nice people who didn't do anything wrong. One of the themes of Lovecraftian horrors of the universe is intrinsically a cold and uncaring place. And terrible things are equally likely to happen to good people or bad people. I think one of the points of making the Gardeners a very ordinary and happy family is to drive that idea home. And that makes sense, especially since other ordinary people like the Pierce family and the narrator end up being fine. Mostly fine. So, Natsuki, what did you like about the story? It's not exactly what I would call your style. Well, I'll answer that, but first, why don't you think it's my style? Well, the writing is really fancy, lots of long descriptions of things and rarely used words. Yeah, fair enough. I guess the prose isn't really my favorite part of it. I think what I like about it is that we don't really know what the big bad monster in the story is. Just that line there by itself reminds me of Ben Yahtzee Croshaw, of Zero Punctuation fame, did a game as part of his 12 games in 12 months challenge thing. It was something of Eric Zahn. He made a game that was based on a Lovecraft story. It was The Music of Eric Zahn. Short story by H.P. Lovecraft. About someone who has to play music every night in order to drive away unthinkable creatures. Neat little game. The international spelling was color, and that only British and Canada used the U. United States of America likes to do a lot of things their own way. There are a lot of things that are very particular to the U.S. I'm actually not exactly sure how many countries spell like words like color or honor with the U. I mean, the British Empire had a lot of influence over the world for a long time in centuries past. Colonialism and all that, imperialism. So I sort of figured that they probably have influence, like spelling color with U. I haven't like research. I'm not sure exactly how like how widespread the whole U and color thing is. Yeah, I don't know. Annihilation was kind of based on the color out of space. Oh yeah. Annihilation. I'm not sure what you're referring to with Annihilation. Music of Erickson. Yeah, Sigma probably wouldn't like the color out of space, although Sigma is technically a fictitious character. I don't know who you're referring to. Character from some other franchise I'm not aware of. I don't know. Which is Lovecraft's favorite love story? Sorry, favorite Lovecraft story. The Area X books I was much less able to get into. Not familiar with that either. Like, you know how we use feet and miles here. Yeah. I mean that's one of the things there. Like that whole imperial system. Just really like the film Annihilation. Other English-speaking countries they do fee out and mileless. What are you? Very funny. British Empire, that's ancient. Yeah, musical Erickson is Lovecraft's own favorite. Yeah, of his own work. Yeah. Oh, I got that. So he was a character from Counterside, a robot with a childlike personality. Oh, okay. Not familiar with that at all. That's cool. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. We don't really know what the big bad monster is in the story is. Yeah. Okay. Presumably, Natsuki read the story because Yuri got her into it, which suggests that Yuri probably chose it because she knew Natsuki had read it, which seems a bit unfair to giving Natsuki an advantage there. But oh well. Anyway, moving on. Or what it really does, or what it wants. In a lot of horror, you eventually learn what the monster is, if there is one. I'd put a comma after horror. A lot of horror, you eventually learn what the monster is, yeah. But here, you only get small hints. I'd put a comma after here. Mostly, you just experience what it's like from the perspective of the people who are encountering it. I put a comma after mostly. But it's a comparatively softer recommendation than some of the other commas. I don't know. I say where I would put the commas, but yeah, like some of these are harder recommendations than others. A lot of these are really soft recommendations, which like they're technically optional, and I know you're using commas for pacing and of dialogue delivery and so on. But I'm just going to mention them anyway. I don't know. Maybe I should be communicating a graded scale of how hard or soft is this comma recommendation. Yuri, impossible. I do not have any Natsuki bias whatsoever. Haha. Yuri's defense: if I was going to recommend one Lovecraft story to someone, it would be this one. Mostly just. Yeah. I could never just recommend one Lovecraft story to someone. Yeah. Anyway. It's like from the perspective of the people who are encountering it. I think that's cool. Plus, I think the concept for the monster is pretty neat. I see. I'm not sure I'd call the color a monster, but yes, I agree with that. Comma is inside the quotes again. Should be outside the quote. And interesting, again, she used color with the U spelling. If Sue didn't like it, she could just delete it from her memory banks. Because as a form of girl, does that make Sigma her? I mean, whatever she wants to call herself, I suppose. Or themselves. It's a general rule. I mean, I think it's up to each individual to decide what pronouns to use for themselves. I mean, it's As a general rule, I call people whatever they want to be called. Anyway. I think the utterly alien nature of it is part of the story's appeal. It is nothing we can understand or hope to understand. And that's probably the most disturbing part about it for me. In the end, there's no real explanation. I put a comma after end. And that's what disturbs the narrator, too. He's so... tempted to take that comma out, actually. Could go either way, really. He's so shaken up by it that he quits his job rather than go near the place where it all happened again. Come to think of it, the whole "we don't know what it is" thing is probably why the author felt compelled to mention all those scientific tests that were done. Even though that bit is a little tedious, it drives home the idea that earthly science is useless. Yes, I think that part's very important. The reader knows that even our best minds have no idea what the color is. Now this is interesting. She capitalized color here, like it's a proper noun, like a name, like the creature is called the color. But previously, she did not capitalize the color. Boink! Not sure I'd call the color a monster, but yes, I agree with that. Also, when she first gave the title, C was, yeah. The C was capitalized, although all of the main words are capitalized, excluding the O and of. But, yeah, I get the definite feeling that color was supposed to be capitalized here, like the C in color. Anyway, does Yuri have some consistency? I'm assuming that's a typo. I'm supposed to say consistency. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. And then a poor farmer family is left alone to fend for themselves against it. I think that really increases the horror. I'm glad the story was written sort of third hand from a narrator who heard it from someone else that heard it from the person it happened to. It made things looser and a little less concrete, which I think helps horror-wise. Like, we don't get a scene where the wife starts screaming and goes mad. We just hear that, oh, around this time she went mad. How interesting. It really lets the horror creep up on you in a gradual way rather than be really in your face. Yeah, tempted to put period or semicolon after mad. We just hear that, oh, around this time she went mad. How interesting. Like I sort of feel like the how interesting is should be more detached. I don't know. Capitalized. Nick Cage's family if you're watching the movie adaptation? Is there? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie. Anyway, moving on. Yes, the horror really does build slowly in this one. There's nothing terribly overt until the very end. Thanks for reading it, everyone. Is that meta? Is there? I see what you did there, Dev. Like, there's nothing terribly overt until the very end. Like, referring to last week's episode where the entire deliberate omission of Monika until the glitch text and screen glitching at the end. It's still think it's rather curious of Monika's choice of poem that seemed to relate to the situation. Well. Anyway, moving on. Thanks for reading it, everyone. I don't want to take up all of our time with the story, so we can move on to poems or whatever you like. But I'm glad we got to read this. Yeah, it's a good idea, Yuri. Well, as Yuri suggests, shall we move on to poems? Obviously, I wasn't here last week exactly, but I did manage to write a poem today after I came back. Fedmore gets I would spend 3 seasons doing a charming slice of life and then permanently shift it to horror by having an unexplained character vanishing forever. Yeah, I Yeah, funny you mentioned that because I had I had this notion of having TLC shift to horror. I mean, the sequel to TLC. I mean, I'm probably never gonna make it. I mean, the rate I'm going. I mean, like I feel like I want to. I definitely want to finish Turquoise, and if anything, maybe the Storm sequel before anything else. Before I even consider a TLC sequel, and it's felt like the TLC sequel is never going to happen. It's been feeling like that for a long time. So I might as well you just toss out a spoiler that I was planning to have a horror thing go on where MC mysteriously, spontaneously attacks Monika with a knife. Like his program, like his programming goes awry, and like commandeered by mysterious force, and this is a circumstance where it only fits, it only works as a TLC sequel, because first he gets zapped by Monika's shield that's established in Monika's route of TLC. So she so it's like her life gets saved though she was caught unawares, and then the last minute she saves herself by activating the script, which makes him walk into a wall. Again, only works as a TLC sequel without having that established. That's what I meant. Anytime I said I made passing references to that particular script being used at a crucial moment in the TLC sequel. That's what I imagined it. And then Sayori subdues MC by handcuffing him, and which leads later to people questioning why did Sayori have handcuffs, and then both Monika and Sayori just kind of blush and get all evasive about it. Narrated by Rod Serling. What do you call love? What do you call love here in the Twilight Zone? Yeah. But anyway, that was my whole idea of having TLC suddenly pivot into horror and unexpectedly to see. Dev steal that plotline for season 4? Sure. Sayori mysteriously has handcuffs, and then Sayori and MC are both shyly blushing like, oh, yeah, I had them for reasons. Could still do it, sure. Episode 26 is the most horror you're getting out of me in this one? Aw. Anyway, moving right along. Obviously, I wasn't here last week exactly, but I did manage to write a poem today after I came back. I didn't know what the theme for the week was, though, so hopefully you can forgive that. Oh, that's fine. We forgot to assign a theme for the week. We collected all sorts of things by accident when you are not here. I'm glad you guys did fine. I'm sure you did, guys. Sure, you guys did fine. And they wink out of existence. Anyway, I'll go first since I sort of skipped last week. I'm tempted to put a comment after anyway. Guess Shadows of the Literature Club is technically horror, but it was not good. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that. I mean, I wasn't thinking the not good part, but I was thinking of that being a horror. Also, MC's mod this season is horror flavored, if not actual horror. Oh, really? Well, I shall look forward to that then. I am curious to know what kind of mods within mod that the characters will make this season. Never tells half truths ever. Yeah. Might as well throw an idea ahead for a fall for you out to fit. Tell precise truth. Scrap scenario, by the way? Okay. Dealing with lawyers is like dealing with the Fey court. You need to look at them. Yeah. Exact wordings. Yeah. Exact wordings indeed. Yeah. Fey court. Yeah. Yeah. There are plenty of like ideas and plot lines that get scrapped along the way when I'm writing these stories. There's some stuff in Turquoise which are they're probably just gonna stay on the cutting room floor, and I will like, and I'm just gonna have to sit on them until eventually someday the mod gets released, and then I do a let's play of it, and then say, and this scene is where I would have put this subplot, this alternate plot line, or this idea that I was considering but ultimately scrapped for time or pacing or whatever. Monkey's Paw era, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, one of the things the things with I find with writing Turquoise, I mean, obviously the large part of the focus of the plot is on Sarah and Monika and their relationship. So there's like tons of focus on them. Yuri and Natsuki, and to a degree MC, kind of fall by the wayside pretty much for a lot of it. For much of it, Yuri's basically relegated to comic relief, which is kind of funny when she was the main character of Storm. Although they do get their moments to shine, I do sometimes wonder if I should rebalance the characters better. But I sort of feel like I need to stick to my guns and keep them as background supporting characters for the most part. And you know, for narrative purposes and for pacing purposes, try to keep the focus on Sarah and Monika, even though it means it results in like the club sessions, the club meetings, you could say, might feel a bit abbreviated as a result, because it skips over the things that Yuri and Natsuki would have been doing or whatever. Oh well. Oh yeah, and that I going through this mod makes me conscious of how frequently I use the phrase club meetings in the mod. You shouldn't say just things to the character at the end of season 1 of the Twilight Zone. So what I had originally planned was Monika was the antagonist and Eddie was the hero. Both of them would be self-aware, the latter having known about it for decades. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds very different from what I gather the plot is now. I'm entering my Monkey's Paw era, I whispered to myself as I obtained my JD degree. Ha ha ha. Season 1's finale, which is what made it funnier? Everyone laughed and said that my title was generic until they all unintentionally referenced it during all of their mods. Well, I mean, that's the thing that makes it generic. I mean, the fact that it's everyone uses it. No one laughed. The community was very supportive. Cool. I had foreseen the events of the original game and was tasked to stopping them from occurring. Huh. Okay. Anyway, moving right along. I'll go first since I sort of skipped last week. What do you mean, sort of? Nothing. Here's my poem. What does she mean, sort of? Lost and confused. I'm going to use the washroom again. I will be right back. So I'll just leave that poem on the screen. I'll just move this over here. And I'm back again. In case you're wondering about the week old stiff thing, it was the choice thing. What is it? Something. Right, Disco Elysium. Yeah. Game about investigating murder by the dockside. Character awoke in a massive headache, a huge pile of bottles divided, missing a sock, missing a shoe. But yeah, very disco. Yeah, disco's in the title. I can't remember it's Disco Elysium. Doki Doki, do you happen to remember the title? When he was watching that. Yeah. And I said I had hoped to get back to that game earlier this week, but time got away from me. But I do hope to pick it up again in the coming week. So maybe I'll. So I was walking dog. Oh, welcome back then. I hope you told the dog they're good boy, good girl, good dog. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Is it nighttime? Oh yeah, I guess it is. It's after midnight here. It'll be 9:30 where you are. Anyway, moving on. Lost and Confused. Here's Monika's poem she wrote after coming back. Sleep is a taste of death, but just a taste. I'm still here, even when I dream. Even if it's completely disconnected. It's some kind of reality, some kind of me that isn't me. And that's something. Much better to be someone I don't recognize in a place I've never been, in a story I don't understand, than no one at all. There you go. So, I guess you're kind of unsettled by being gone for a while, huh? Yeah, I guess I was. Ended up writing about a thing I always tend to write about, but actually, I mean, the poem is really about me not thinking it's that bad. When I got back here, I reflected on how I felt when I was gone, and I thought, well, better to be a weird distributed consciousness than nothing at all, I guess. So the poem's kind of about that. Well, I'm glad you're back, and your regular self. Me too. Yet, the poem is titled Lost and Confused. And you got a quotation mark, period inside the quotation mark again. One boy and one girl dog. Okay, cool. Sleep is a taste of death. How about you cough up some more of that sweet, sweet oblivion? Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I've always been fond of that line. I don't know, just something about the phrase "sweet oblivion." There's a line in Storm 2, which would be in the demo if I ever release one, because in the first day where Yuri's internal monologue says something, and then for the next few moments I lose myself in the sweet oblivion of Natsuki's embrace. And I rather like that line. Maybe I'll release a demo for Storm 2 just so I can have showcase that line. Anyway, moving on. Yet the poem is titled Lost and Confused. Yep. Very interesting. Is that all the feedback? For now, yes. I'm thinking on the poem. Ask me again later. I will. I think I'm starting to get how you use the indentation thing. I'm sort of looking at that wondering what that's about, but I kind of wonder if Yuri's in this moment is reflecting on her experiment with the world.bat file in the last episode. Anyway, I think I'm starting to get how you use the indentation thing. Well, I use it for different purposes from poem to poem, but how do you mean? Well, indentation is so important when you're coding in RenPy. Anyway, well, in this poem at least, you kind of use it like a semicolon. Interesting. You're saying this line is a thought added on to the line under it. This is not a new concept. You have to read the indented line in light of what comes above it. Yeah, I think you're right. That's definitely what I'm doing here. She's been coding too much. What does this have to do with coding? Oh, in a lot of coding, especially the kind Monika does, you have to use indented lines to show that one line belongs to one above it. I mean, yeah, that's RenPy for you. Well, I mean, I guess Python in general. You're using up a thought cabinet slot to process the poem? Ha ha ha. Yeah. The Disco Elysium reference. So it's kind of a coding syntax thing leaking into our poetry, I think. Really? I think it's pretty cool. Is cool really the word to describe it? Yeah, totally. You can work so long in the digital realm that it now adds to your art. I think it's pretty badass. Well, I'm glad you think so. Who'll go next? Me. Forgotten. What did I do wrong? 1 minute I was out in the world living a happy life, the next I was here. I must have done something wrong, but I can't think of what. I was just made to come here. They never explained what I did wrong. They just threw me in here and locked the door. The others say I'll never know what I did wrong. They never say. They just forget about you. What's this about? And this is like without a prompt. Emerald Slumber 2-hour research bonuses conceptualization +1. She's really quite a good poet. Suggestion I just want oblivious to the people next to you. Sure. Anyway, yeah, I can't quite make heads or tails out of this. It's called Forgotten. Others say I'll never know what I did wrong. They never say. They just forget about you. I don't know. It's sort of, it feels like a description of abusive parenting or something. I don't know. I can't imagine MC experienced that. So it sort of feels like a metaphor for something. I'm just not sure what, and I'm just sort of puzzling it out, and I'm getting nothing. All the poems are about dreams. Was that the prompt? No? Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I think I seem to remember this specifically. There was no prompt this time. All poems so far are about dreams. Spoilers then? Oh, okay. Well, Dev just can't resist giving spoilers in chat, apparently. Anyway, moving on. This one is creepy, MC. What made you write this? It's like you're in prison or something. Yeah, basically. I had a dream that this poem was about. A dream that this poem was about a couple nights ago. That's a awkward way of phrasing that sentence. Spoiler for poems that are on the screen? Well, you said all the poems. Word phrasing, yeah. Sticking with it though? Yeah, if you say so. I mean, I don't know, like I would have said that the poem is about a dream I had a couple of nights ago. Saying I had a dream that this poem was about a couple of nights ago, it feels weird. But whatever, moving on. It's kind of hard to remember now, but I was thrown in prison for no good reason that I could tell. I didn't even know for how long until time started to drag on and I realized I could be in there forever. It's pretty scary. And yeah, kind of creepy. Sorry, bud. That's okay. You're allowed to write creepy poems. We just get so many already and you're not the one who usually writes them. True. The starting lines of each stanza are all thematically related. I think that does much to focus the poem and organize it. Poems about dreams can be very difficult. Not to spoil anything. Well, good on you, Yuri. Not to spoil anything, but my poem this week is also about my dreams. Yeah, anyway. Although about me dreaming in general rather than a particular one. When I write about specific dreams I've had, it often ends up rather disjointed and loose, even more so than usual for one of my poems. Shouldn't more so be one word? I mean... Oh, hey. More so or more so? Oh, really? They're both correct? Okay. But in different contexts. Aha. Sorry, bear with me. This is a learning experience for me too. Leads back to the statement that more so as one word is considered less formal than more so as two words? Yeah? That's rather curious. I would have thought that the more so as one word would be the more formal usage. Whatever. Anyway, it's probably fine. All poems so far, yeah. They say all, but also so far. In different messages. Yuri, we're not supposed to spoil. Yeah. Yes, Yuri, I put a no spoilers please tag in there for a reason. Anyway, even more so than usual for one of my poems, but giving a bit of structure to the poem really heightened its impact here. Well done. Thanks, Yuri. Creepy stuff, MC. Sorry, I'm not sure what else to say about it. It definitely made me feel weird and uncomfortable, which is probably how you felt in the dream. Very creepy. Yes, indeed, but effective. It really gets across that feeling of desperate abandonment and hopelessness. It's such a hopeless situation that it makes you feel a little panicky. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for going along with my weird, creepy poem. It's really good, MC, not just weird. Who's next? I will go, especially since I've already started talking about mine. Dreams. When I lay in bed at night, then I disappear, I close my eyes and try to sleep and vanish from the earth. Then I am oblivion, and it might as well be for all eternity, though it is only for a few hours. And in that oblivion I swim in purple and black waters. They don't make a sound, they do not splash. They are around me everywhere. They leach into my skin, into my muscles, into my mind, soothing and blanking, smoothing and relaxing, until I awaken afresh and exist again. Yeah, it's a Yuri poem, alright. Cool. I am oblivion. Neat. Oh, hey, I thought it was going to be like MC's poem, but ended up being more about the same topic I wrote about. Yes, although mine has perhaps a slightly more positive outlook. As usual. I don't feel like you're so negative all the time, are you? Well, no, not all the time. Yeah. Trying to think all the poems she said so far. Probably most of the time. Anyway, just some of the time. Anyway, what did everyone else think? So, the purple and black waters thing, do you actually visualize being asleep as being purple and black? Or is that just a reference to your favorite color? It is how I actually visualize it. Sleep, to me, seems very deep, dark, purple, and black. In a gentle, friendly sort of way. I see. I know not everyone visualizes abstract concepts with colors, yes, but sleep really does seem that way to me. The way I think about it is this. Sometimes I remember the moments I'm closest to sleep without actually being asleep. Yeah. That's when I'm most creative. I value those moments. So that's those where I can think about story ideas and stuff. I can get some kind of weird, wild ideas in those moments. Purple and black checkerboard pattern to be specific, sure. Also, I put a comma after sometimes. Yeah, I'd feel better with a comma there. Like the latest I can remember laying in bed before I fell asleep. Or when I'm more or less asleep, but some noise in the real world is waking me up gradually. In those moments, I feel like I can directly experience sleep. And for some reason, it just feels very dark purple and black. Some reason, comma. I put a comma after a reason. And yeah, this is an interesting way of expressing her experience of the world. I have a friend who I think she used the word was it synesthesia or something? There's something the experience. Some people block out their experiences differently. Like the brains process information differently. Like she associates sounds or certain kinds of music with specific colors, for instance. Because like that's the way her mind processes it. It's kind of like how some people supposedly don't have internal monologue. Like some people talk to themselves in the head and some don't. Like there are lots of different ways that people that people's brains, people's minds process information, which is interesting. But yeah. Yuri talking about experiencing the that state between sleep and awakeness as a specific color is interesting. It says something about how her mind processes information. Anyway, moving on. What about the water soaking into your body thing? Is that how sleep feels like to you? Well, not exactly. But it is receptive somehow, and that's what I was trying to get across. You lay there and are enveloped, and it soothes you. Shouldn't it be lie instead of lay? I mean, being really pedantic, I mean, most people don't make that distinction, but I think Yuri would. I know that it's a big deal. There was another use of lay in there. Laying in bed before I fell asleep. Yeah, I mean, strictly like laying is a transitive verb. You lay something down. I mean, I suppose sometimes it's used in this context of laying in bed, but I don't know. Laying versus lying. Yeah, because laying means to place something down flat. Yeah, like it's a transitive verb, like I said. Requires an object to act upon. Lie is intransitive, describing something moving it on its own or already in position. Yeah, that's it's not a big deal or anything. I mean, the intended meaning is clear. I just sort of go look at that and go like, would Yuri be grammatically incorrect? Anyway, moving on. They then are enveloped and it soothes you. With the water, it makes it sound dangerous, like you drown. Maybe so. I wonder if that is what death is like. Drowning in the waters of sleep so that you remain there forever. Yeah, Monika reacted like she didn't like that. But that could be an entirely different poem. Sari, do you have any thoughts? I think it sounds really nice. Makes sleep seem fairly peaceful, which it is. If you're not having a nightmare or something, you just are without really experiencing anything. Very quiet, very nice. I think the poem gets that across really well. This Nosky smiley face, Nosky bummer. Yeah. Anyway, how about I show you guys mine? A rainbow. I love rainbows, they're so big and so colorful. I feel like I could climb up and slide down one, and the rain would make it like a slip and slide. I'd get dizzy as I fell out of the sky, and as I slid down, the sun would get me dry, till I landed back on the ground, and the sun dried up the clouds, and the rainbow said goodbye for now. Another thing I like about rainbows is that you can't really ride them at all. They're not really there, but there's something that makes you happy. That only exists for you depending on where you're standing. there you go. That's quiet. Yeah. Not sure if this is a happy one or not. Like, it goes on about how great rainbows are, but then at the end it kind of subverts it, but then it tells you that the subversion is actually good? Not sure. Yeah, I'd say it's good. It's about being happy with yourself in the end. Very interesting. Even when you're writing about a completely happy topic, you can't help but make it bittersweet. Almost everything about my life is bittersweet. It's hard not to make things seem that way. Well, I like the poem. It has your classic style. Thanks. So how does it end up happy exactly? I do get that sense from the tone, but I'm not sure what the words are telling me exactly. Yeah, good question. And two consecutive sentences with the word exactly. Siri, so happy to look at you are. Yeah. So a rainbow is pretty and nice and I like them, but a rainbow isn't real, it's just an illusion. But then I think, hey, I'm enjoying a thing that really is just a weird byproduct of my senses, and light refraction? Refraction, yeah. So it makes you happy to think that because rainbows are really an illusion, that it's just a byproduct of where you're standing in your eyes, you're giving yourself happiness in a way? You're giving yourself happiness in a way? Yeah. It's like, it's not a tangible thing like food or you or something like that. It's just my brain making me happy in a weird way. For once. Ominous for once. Wait, MC in your life is bittersweet? I mean, yeah. I think that's the impression she was getting across there. I mean, like bittersweet in the sense that, like as much as she's happy with them, like she still worries about all kinds of things, like that she's gonna like. I mean, she sort of expressed and established that she worries about things like hurting him or driving away or stuff like that. um, those anxiety things. Or oh hey, Damn Bad Nerdy, welcome to the stream. How's it going? First time chatter. I remember you. I raided you not too long ago. You were playing the Rain Clouds mod, as I recall. Reaper. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Did you finish Rain Clouds? How was that? I took a peek at one of your more recent streams and I saw you were playing a different mod, so I assume you're finished with Rain Clouds now. Yes, it went good. Now I'm playing the Found Love mod. Okay, Found Love. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one at all. There's so many mods on the on the mod list now, and frankly, they're also, I think there are quite a few mods which they just don't end up on the. When I say the mod list, I mean the one from the DDLC mods subreddit. I think a lot of people, I don't know, there are a lot of mods that just don't end up there at all, and people just share them in other places, and I'm not even exactly sure how people end up finding them. It's supposed to be in Natsuki mod, it's okay so far? Cool. Alright. I'm curious to know what you thought of Rain Clouds in the end. The forbidden mods? Yeah. Could be. Introspection theory, haha, yeah. How come you don't talk like that? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Where was I? Yeah. And that's nice. Yeah, I bet that seems like a welcome change. Very nice poem, Bun. Well, looks like it's about time for me to wrap up this rodeo. Rodeo? Yeah, it's like a cowboy skills competition. They have them in Spain and North America. I know what they are, but you just use the strangest idioms sometimes. Anyway, here's my poem. Objectify. I walked out onto a porch and I saw an old wooden stool. It was beat up and old. It used to be dark brown, but now it was all bleached and spotted white. The circular part on top where you sit had part of it broken off in a clean line straight up and down, just the left 1/6 of it, or so. Like that part had been meant to be broken off, and someone had lost the piece. One of the legs had a crack in it, a small crack, about a centimeter long, way up high near the seat. It looked like no one had sat on it in years, and I sat on it, and it worked great. Ringcloud's crazy for sure. I like it a lot, though. Cool, cool. Okay. Glad to play other mods, and in no way do I brainwash or psychologically condition club meetings fans to never play any other mod. Well, sure. Do you know them elsewhere by a different name? Just saying we were all comfortable, clearly. Sure. Capitalization is work. Gotta try this mod though, for sure. It looks interesting. Yeah, it's okay. Doki Doki Club Meetings is the developer of, username Doki Doki Club Meetings in chat there is the developer of this mod, so they have a bit of bias. But so this is called the Club Meetings. It's a fairly long mod. It was originally released episodically. This is episode 27 out of. So far there are 36. I'm told there's a planned 48 episodes. Very long. I've already been, Natsuki Quest better, haha, yeah. I've already, gushed about this mod plenty, but it's very consistent in keeping up high quality in terms of, like the characterization, it has like interesting story beats, good pacing. It never feels boring. Nothing feels like it's filler or whatever. There's always stuff happening or interesting character beats or funny shenanigans going on. And there's also some really nice poetry in it too. Each episode has 5 poems, one from each of the characters' writing styles, each of the 5, Monika, Seri, Natsuki, Yuri, and MC. If anything with the Natsuki route, there is technically a Natsuki route, haha, yeah. Don't mislead the people with your lawyer speak. You can romance Natsuki and go down her route? Well, I mean, arguably, yeah, there is in the mod within a mod, Yuri's Rule 63 mod, I believe there was a Natsuki route in that. And Natsuki Quest sort of acts as an all Natsuki all the time route. I mean, this isn't romance per se, but Yotaku is not a dating sim mod. The events I'm referencing do occur in mod within a mod that one of the characters makes. Yeah. Yeah, the basic premise of the mod is after the main game, Monika brought everyone back and explained everything to them, so they're all aware that everything's a game and nothing's real, and they're trying to carry on with their club meetings with that knowledge. And all the trauma and stuff that came from experiencing the game and dying and stuff, and just trying to carry on with that. So there you go. Sometimes it's funny, and sometimes there's some dark, dramatic stuff going on, and it's a wide range. It packs a lot into it. It's good stuff. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Dev explained that. The premise here, the whole club gets back together after the events of the main game. They're all aware of what happened, try to go on with their lives. So yeah, there you go. So I see. Look at it and check it out. It may take you a while. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of slice of life stuff, but there's also big events that occur as well. And there's some new art and CGs and stuff too. Anyway, what is this poem about here? Natsuki's writing about an old wooden stool, talking about how battered and broken it is, but it still worked great. Anyway, I detect a possible metaphor about how people are more than they appear. Actually, no, this time it's just literally about the stool. I honestly thought this old beat up stool wasn't going to be any good. Did you just use the word literally correctly there? Anyway. But then it worked great. I was filled with a strange sense of respect and admiration, so I wrote the poem. I like this one a lot. Yeah? Yeah! I like how it turns out the stool is still useful and sound. It is just a feel-good story, and one you kind of don't really expect. I really like this. I really like the specific picture Natsuki gives us. It's really easy to visualize the stool. She even gives us physical measurements. I think that's really important to the poem. You need to understand really intuitively how messed up the stool is. That way you're more surprised and delighted when it turns out to be fine. And that's a really good point, MC. Classic building something up to paying it off. When you want to make a point with something you're writing, it's more impactful if you stretch out or emphasize why the point matters beforehand. Yeah, that makes sense. It's actually about the time she hit someone with a stool and it worked great. Haha. Author avatar moment? Oh no. Tell him about writing. Oh, sorry. I thought for a second there I thought you were saying that hitting someone with a stool was the author avatar moment. No, Monika talking about the writing tips. Yeah. Anyway. In fiction, this means you can spend a long time establishing someone's character before they suddenly act out of character for dramatic emphasis. Yeah. Yeah. That comes down to the. I've talked before about the whole show versus tell thing. One of the one of the ways to show that someone is in a different mental emotional state is to have them act out of character, give them different speaking mannerisms or whatever. I don't know, just thought I'd put that out there because that's something I'm trying to be conscious of in Turquoise as well. There are some moments where someone is acting differently, and that's the clue that something happened or something is in progress that we don't know about yet. Anyway, moving on. Or in this poem, you can spend a long time describing how decrepit something is before simply stating that it works fine anyway. That's definitely building something up to pay off in an effective way. I guess that's Monika's writing tip of the day. Shall we get to the emails? Like last season when you just unironically said "I love you, Monika" with no irony or reservation, Natsuki. I mean, yeah. That's precisely it. It was a very sweet moment. Anyway, moving on. Yeah. Oh, he winked out of existence again. Okay, be warned, they're mostly pretty long this week. Oh no. Oh no, we're already 3.5 hours of the stream. Okay, I better pick up the pace here. I'm gonna move the chat over to the other side. Scary, it is indeed. Okay, we'll get through this. Let's see. Oh, that's fine. Just give me a minute to set up. Alright, incoming emails. All set, boss. Alright then, here we go with the first one. Yeah, and Damn Bad Nerd, if you're still there, this is another recurring thing in this mod is they answer emails from people who write in. Sometimes they get a little wild. Sometimes they get a little tedious, but please let this be a normal email session. Yeah, right. I mean, with the build-up that Dev alluded to earlier. Anyway, here we go. Well, it is nice to be back writing questions and general stuff to you guys again. Let me hit some of the big points. Siri, apparently, since you acquired games of taste have flashy colors and stuff, might suggest Minecraft story mode. Might make the question about chicken-sized zombies and zombie-sized chickens more clear. And if it doesn't interest you yet, shall I mention that your best friend in the game is an adorable baby pig? Never been that interested in Minecraft, I guess, which is weird. It seems like I should be into it. It does have my whole vibe, but I'm just not really that creative a person, I guess, outside of poetry maybe. But I've never tried story mode, and I do like adorable baby pigs, so maybe I'll give it a shot. Monika, I can't wait. I missed this part most while I was gone. Oh no. Turtle baby pig, you say? Yeah. Yeah, I've never played. I mean, I played Minecraft for the first time. Not terribly long ago. I streamed it. Didn't really grab me. I don't know. Maybe I should try story mode. Maybe it'd be more interesting if I have a direction. Like, I don't know. It's just something about having this big open world and not having any idea what to do. Oh well. Anyway, Yuri, I notice a lot of questions concerning what roles you take up in a mythical setting, and I'm glad to say I think I got you all nailed down in terms of a certain game called Metopia. You were the thief, knife, duh. Sayori was the cleric, Monika was the mage, and Natsuki wasn't a bard, but rather a chef who could either heal her teammates or hit the enemy with a literal flaming frying pan like a badass. So no bard for her. Anyway, what's your knife count now? Since it's been a few months, I take it, since you were last asked. This is sounding reminiscent of DDLC RPG. Although, I mean, Sayori was a cleric per se, but the healer. Monika had coding powers in that game. Wild email moment, yeah. Story mode is scary to me and also an entirely different type of game from Minecraft? Yeah, fair enough. Ever get the people who are like, Yuri, what about this obscure video game? Yeah. As with most video games, I have not heard of this one. But your choices seem appropriate. My knife count is currently 120 even. Wow, okay. I've tried to focus on quality over quantity in my recent collecting, even more so than usual, if for no other reason than I am running low on storage space for knives, but the story of where I keep my knives is for another time. Where does she keep them? Natsuki, the reason why we are here, it's one of life's great mysteries, even though you didn't get that reference, and despite the fact that I can't find that source, but it says Bumblebee can fly. Oh, it's this guy again. This says Bumblebee can fly in his robot mode naturally. I checked around for half an hour. I'll hold off on all the butt jobbies, but since you can actually appreciate BATIM, what's that? Is that an acronym? I'm not sure of that. I'll concede and let it slide, and hey, you won't have to worry about me teasing you about how you and Yuri should be a couple since Yuri... ... since Yuri is doing that job well enough for me, thanks Yuri. Oh, I got your reference. I just chose to counter with another, different reference. Such are my ways. Also, you're very welcome, emailer. Yeah, get it out of your system. What is Yuri egging on? This is the other thing. Like, you know, hypothetically, if Natsuki and Yuri were a thing, it does seem like something that Natsuki would want to keep secret from everyone, and Yuri would be more interested in telling everyone, but she keeps it secret out of respect to Natsuki. She keeps her knives in her, doesn't she? I mean, at least one of them. No, I'm kidding. If you need a knife, just check if you got enough to lend you one. Ouch. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, getting out of your system. MC, how's it going, my dude? I also have a kinship with Luigi. He is clearly superior to Red Luigi. Anyway, do you something SMG4 is? What? I thought we were getting better at this. Making sure that people aren't in the way of the emails. Anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Luigi of DDLC when you think about it. Sorry, I don't know who SMG4 is. SMG4? But fortunately, I can do internet searching. I found his channel. Seems like a funny guy. Yeah, okay. Mrs. Ida, while it's unclear as to how many videos actually use science to figure things out, might I suggest a YouTuber by the name of MattPat? He has 3 channels all pertaining to separate categories, and I think you would get a kick out of any videos with pure science. Like the bottle flip video, keep A, just don't go throwing hammers indoors to test momentum unless you're in a proper place where it is fine to do so. I would be skeptical of calling stuff that MattPat does pure science, personally. I mean, I haven't watched a lot of his videos, but from the few that I saw, I was like, he's just kind of all over the place. It's just like, what is going on in this video, you know? Don't like his email. Why did you add just to hurt me? Huh. Pure conjecture. Yeah. Yeah. Pure conjecture indeed. And he has a habit of presenting his conjecture as though it's fact, which is annoying. It's not how science works. Yeah, Miss Ida does not agree, as I recall. Yeah. Oh, Miss Ida. There's an email for you. Oh, I see. I'm Miss Ida, by the way, not married yet. Yeah, I did wonder if she's going to react to that. Oh, so he has a science channel. I'll have to check it out. Oh no. Oh no. It's just referring to game theory as a science channel. That's greatly overstating things. Yeah. Oh well. Give me a moment. Dot dot dot. Oh, I see. This is more like theories of video games, or relating to meme culture, to some extent anyway. I see he has some videos about our game. I guess I'm more of a hard science person, but I'm in favor of anything that means people understand more science when they start it. If he talks about Newtonian mechanics in the bottle flip video, he's doing good work. Even if I am much more enthusiastic about chemistry than physics. Thanks for the recommendation. He gets really excited and stops her busy work to go see it. I guess there's a point that's not science. Yeah, exactly. I really have to get back to work now. Yeah. Monika, well, look at what has happened in these past few months. DDLC Plus is a thing, and by the time this comment gets read for the next season's emails, it will be a couple months old. Regardless, I am hyped beyond measure. I hope that with this, the community will grow in popularity. Things will be more prosperous for those of us who are already a part of this community. Anyway, I'm glad we love the same flavored ice cream. I also just retired as an air cadet recently, good part of my childhood, but I do agree that I would prefer not being in the military, as it not existing would be a preferred way of living. And Legos are pretty great. Still have my Lego Minecraft collection on my dresser, still adding to it too. Anyway, I guess I should ask you a question. How are you feeling today? Love you. Heart emoji. Yeah, this is one of those points where I feel like we're not knowing. Like, this is an earlier writer. This is someone like one of the recurring writers who's like writing about the Bumblebee thing. But I feel like we lose something as the audience not knowing who the author is as we read through it, because it's done in sections and the author isn't included until the end, if at all. It's baseless. Does that mean it's not based? Yeah. I had it based? Nothing a little acid won't take care of. Yeah. Is the emailer did not sign the name? Or wait, no, they did? Okay. Let's see here. Oh, you were in the military. That seems like a difficult job to have. Thank you for your hard work. I'm doing just fine, Ink Demon. Thank you for asking. Okay, so it's Ink Demon. Okay, so that explains, you know, some of the tone there. It's right. It's that guy again. Monika respects the troops. Yeah. I hope you're taking it easy now that you've retired from the military. Great. It goes on. He always sends such long emails and such like intrusive comments too. This one was less intrusive than usual, at least so far. Everyone, while only some of you might be able to answer these, do your best. 1. What are all your opinions of black licorice? I need more followers, or what is a tasty treat? 2. By the time you'll see this, Friday Night Funkin' is a game that has taken my interest. The music made for it, along with the fan music, is great. Have any of you played it? Have any of you played mods for? And who is your favorite mod OC? If you have one, my favorites are Sarv and Ruv from Mid-Fight Masses. Sarvent is the best. Okay. I'm only aware of Friday Night Funkin' because Codair was you know, it's been streaming it regularly on Fridays, and he played a mod called Doki Doki Takeover, which had some surprisingly well put together uh, stuff like art and stuff from the art and themes and stuff relating to the club and the characters. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm outside of the Doki Doki Takeover mod. I'm basically unaware of it. I know it's a rhythm game. You push the arrow buttons in response to what shows up on the screen there, like like Dance Dance Revolution and the like. Emailer's gonna love Doki Doki Takeover in a year or so. Yeah. Also goes on at length about a DSC FNF mod in the Season 3 collection emails. Oh yeah? That's cool. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, I also put the picture of my Monika gingerbread cookie I made a while back along with the mid-fight masses mod for FNF, latest version as of now, in case anyone wanted to play it. I'm going to make better gingerbread people for all of you this year. One way or another, it will be done. Supplies won't be limited this year. Sorry this email was a novel to read, but it has been a while. Hopefully I can turn it back in the future. Also, can I have the Discord link? Till the next time, the Ink Demon. Black Licorice opinion time. Sari, your thoughts? I hate it. It's so bitter and gross. I don't hate it exactly. I mean, if you offer it to me, I'll eat it. It's just really low on my preference list. Like, I don't know. Same lack of enthusiasm I have about, like, candy corn or something. Yeah, I'm not fond of black licorice. Red licorice is fine, personally. I'll also have Tiger Tail ice cream. Is like orange ice cream with black licorice in it. I'll tolerate that. It's actually somehow those flavors work together inexplicably, even though I don't like black licorice. Just thought I'd put that out there. What is this? Is this no, don't do that, too late? She talks all about Epiphany. Also, she taunts you directly about Savage. Sarah takes revenge for you in the form of Kirby lore. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Candy corn is really good, though. Then you can always have all the candy corn I get. Yay! Future candy corn! I think my stance is much like that of MC's. I don't have a revulsion to it like Sari does, but I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah, I probably wouldn't just eat black licorice, but it has lots of culinary uses. It's a really interesting flavor. When you use it the right way or put it in the right situation, it can really shine. Yeah, like Tiger Tail ice cream. There you go. What do you think, Yuri? I love black licorice. Of course you do. It has such a unique scent and taste. It's like some exotic foodstuff from a distant planet or from an island far away. I love it. Next part is about Friday Night Funkin'. Yeah, I'm the only one here who's played it. It was a decently fun game, fun rhythm gameplay. I haven't tried any of the mods, just vanilla. Not exactly sure why it's a cultural phenomenon the way it is. It just seems like a little rhythm game to me. Yeah, that's sort of my reaction to it as well. I had to deliberately avoid saying Friday Night Funking with the pronounced G at the end. Yeah. Also, I'm tempted to put a semicolon or period here after is. Anyway, but I'm glad people like it. He says he sent in a picture of Monika gingerbread cookie. Oh, right. Let me bring that up. Very nice. That's cool. Like the blue dots represent the shoes because she has different shoes from everyone else. The purple and blue represent the skirt. Green eyes. Is it the orange? I guess the orange is for the vest and the brown is for the blazer. Hey, it's honestly nicely done. Why is this green here? What's your favorite Friday Night's funking mod, and why is it Family Guy Pibby Darkness Takeover? Oop, that should be in the upper right. Oh. Yeah. I mean, doesn't hurt having it in the center. New Sprite. Yeah, there you go. Oh well. That looks delicious. There's definitely a likeness here, Ink Demon. Well done. Monika, if you ever turn into a cookie, can I eat you? So suggestive, Sayori. It's made extra funny because Sayori has I'm gonna say a similar suggestive line in turquoise, but she delivers totally innocently, of course. Turquoise moment, yeah, exactly. So he just generally wants to eat this cookie. What? Never mind. I'm moving along. Okay, everyone, I have some more questions for you all. Monika, you've talked about a potential harem full of Monikas and how one of us on the other side could enjoy that. I don't know how to word it better, sorry, but I don't think that anyone has asked about how you would feel about that. So I guess I want to know your thoughts on that, but as irrational as it might be, I do love you too, though a harem of you would be a bit much, no offense. Any thoughts on GLaDOS? That's antagonist of Portal, the game Portal. And can you access the emails even if you're not president? That's a good question. I was under the impression that only the president could do that. I was under the impression that only the president could do that. So he just genuinely wants to eat this cookie. Monika, why wait? Yeah. I'm not sure if I meant to suggest that you get a ton of Monikas. Obviously, I would prefer to be your one and only. So I'm glad you feel the same way. I think GLaDOS is a very sympathetic character now that we know her story. Is she? What do you mean, now that we know her story? I mean... I guess referring to, okay, her origins from in Portal 2. You established that Monika would be into having a harem full of Monikas? Yeah, I mean, she did do that infinite recursion of Monika's thing at one time. That's why you, the player, can't have a Monika harem. Monika's keeping the Monika harem to herself. Haha, yeah. She was just a hard-working person who clearly kept things running in a chaotic environment. And she was so good at her job that they stuffed her into a computer, probably against her will. Now she clearly has some issues. So yeah, there are some similarities. I'm tempted to put a comma after now here. And now, comma, she clearly has some issues. Anyway. She has a much funnier sense of humor than I do, though. And yes, I can see the emails just fine, even when I'm not club president. It's just a normal Gmail account, after all. Oh, is that so? Okay. Should G be capitalized in Gmail? So you, the player, can't... Oh yeah, don't say the spoilers. GLaDOS was a human forced into a computer's body. I mean, arguably, yeah. Portal 2 spoilers, I guess. Pretty sure that Portal 2 spoilers are now in Rosebud was a sled territory. Rosebud was a sled? Oh no. It says no spoilers in the tags there, Dev. Dev just can't resist spoiling stuff. It reminds me of that XKCD cartoon. Is like it's titled "Spoiler Alert," and it says it was Snape kills Trinity with Rosebud. Just combining spoilers from 3 different franchises. Anyway, moving right along. Rosebud is Luke's father. Anyway, it's just a normal Gmail account after all. And what is that email account, Monika? Oh, right. If you want to email us and get featured here, you can email lit.club.pres.monika@gmail.com. And just like the last emailer, if you want, you can ask me to join our Discord and get an invite there. On to the next part of this email. Sari, is there any form of horror that you do like? I like horror that isn't scary, then isn't horror. Maybe? I just noticed we're up to 11 viewers at the moment. Wow. I seldom go that high. How about that? Maybe. Never found any though. So, maybe not. It's funny that we have the most viewer count for the email section. Are they specifically waiting for that one infamous email, which I'm promised is coming up? Oh no, I was also watching Citizen Kane in between emails. Haha, yeah. We're club meetin' now, yeah. Meetin' with an apostrophe on the end instead of the G. People just love emails, yeah, so it seems. Yeah. Anyway, Yuri, have you ever watched The Lockpicking Layer on YouTube? Seeing as you're also interested in picking locks, I think that channel might be something you'd watch. Aha! Yes, I watch that channel a lot. He's amazing. I'm not nearly that good at lockpicking. He's so good at feeling where he is in a lock, and I'm still new and getting started. But still, he's great to watch. Natsuki, have you played Fallout New Vegas? If so, the bull or the bear, you need to choose. Of course I've played New Vegas. And I am a servant of the Great Bear. NCR for life. The Legion is all slavers and shit. F them. Yeah, I've never played that game. I always reference going over my head. Huh. Yuri gets a Subnautica question in Season 3 emails? Yeah. I mean, considering that she likes, subaquatic life, she might go for that. Or like a horror thing that she can avoid? You know lawyers who also do lockpicking suck, they all suck? You say so. Well, back in Texas Legion isn't such a bad place to be? If you say so. I again, haven't played the game. Anyway. I mean, the NCR isn't perfect, but they don't have a policy to enslave and torture people, so it's an easy choice. MC, I don't have much for you, but I'm glad that you're a part of the club. You're a good man. Take care of Sayori and, of course, yourself. Thanks. I'll definitely take good care of Sayori. And yourself. And myself, yes. Also, in general, how is the snack basket doing nowadays? Is that still a thing? Yeah, I haven't mentioned it in a while. Or did the all-devouring one decide to consume the basket, too? And if I might ask, how do you view emails when you're not in the club room? For those who have played them, thoughts on the SCP games, SCP Secret Laboratory, and SCP Containment Breach in particular? Have any of you ever dyed your hair? MK. Asking about dyeing hair has been asked before. Heat in Texas almost makes you wish for nuclear winter. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, guys, how is the snack basket? It might be empty right now, but I didn't eat all of it. It was already halfway gone when I started. So yes, a typical day in the life of the snack basket, MK. It's pretty simple for us to access emails no matter where we go. We use a laptop in here, after all, so we can bring that laptop anywhere there's power. I could probably just find a way to patch the email address directly into the game rather than through the laptop. But so far, I haven't tampered with that. I put a comment after far. It would be weird for me to make text appear in the world. I mean, yeah. This is a dry heat unlike in the jungle or Ontario in summer, yeah. Speak from experience when I speak of the summers in Ontario. Yeah, I mean, same. I kind of like the heat, so I'm fine with that. Like hot, humid summers in Ontario. We've just been having some nice days lately. Some well, I say nice. They're what I consider nice. They're like above 30 degrees. I'm just curious about what the weather report says now. Is Twitch really taking up that much bandwidth? Is it really slowed down that much? Okay, well, but yeah, keeping the. I can imagine that keeping the emails on. Oh shoot. And it just OBS just disconnected. I guess trying to check the weather report broke it. Is this thing back? Not yet. Check, check. I was just typing technical difficulties. No, it's I don't know. This thing gets temperamental sometimes. It just cuts out. It's annoying. It happened when I tried to check the weather report. I was curious to know how warm it is. It's supposed to be up to 25 tomorrow, and Monday 23, and then high of 18 after that. So it's slowly declining, but we still have some nice days. So there's that. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should be messing around with looking stuff up on the internet. It's apparently OBS doesn't like that. Yeah, sorry about that. Shoot, just when we had like 11 viewers, I probably just lost them all. It was the heat, yeah, sure. Doesn't exactly have the best connection. Typically crashes at around 9 a.m. Yeah, that sucks. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, yeah. In the interest of being discreet and keeping things hidden from like the rest of their game world, it makes sense to keep using the laptop instead of having text appear in midair. That would be hard to explain if someone walks in. Anyway. It'd be weird for me to make text appear in the world. I haven't played any of these video games or dyed my hair. Sorry? Nope. Nor have I. Although games based on the SCP Foundation seem interesting. Once again, it falls to the Secret Games Are Literature Club to discuss an esoteric games question. Although I've never dyed my hair, have you, MC? I have not. Looks like the Literature Club has always had their natural hair colors then. Unless Miss Ida ever dyed her hair. Hey, Miss Ida, you ever dye your hair? No, I really like my hair the way it is. There you go then. Anyway, yeah, I played both of these. And so have I. What did you think, Natsuki? I think Secret Lab had a lot of potential, but it was super ambitious, and I think trying to contain the chaos of SCP was a little too much for a multiplayer game. These two, they seem to have played absolutely everything. Have there been any games they haven't played so far in the series? Head out. Have a great rest of your stream. Thanks, Dan Nerdy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. See you around. Have a good one. So Ida is blonde for real. Haha. Yeah. Technically, none of them are physically capable of dyeing their hair? Well, I mean, it depends on the artist's willingness to adjust their sprite, I suppose. Yeah, MC hadn't played Celeste and has an anti-platform bias. Yeah, that's true. Because they just edit the proper line or PNG. Yeah. Do occasionally have video games they have not played. Ida kind of bad at it, not gonna lie. Aw. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. In the case of SP, it was a little too much for a multiplayer game. So basically, it tried to go into too many directions and it doesn't work cohesively super well. Tempted to put a comma after basically. Plus, the mic spam was annoying. Yeah, that was my experience with the game also. Some of the characters felt super OP. Maybe that's just because I was a noob at the game. Maybe. It just felt really hectic and chaotic, and like the game's never really under your control in any meaningful way. Bad isn't she cute? Oh, okay. Oh, so it's like the 80s version of the word bad. Back when bad was used as a positive slang term. I've commented on that before, like over the years, over the decades, it's like there's always been some slang term which was like it's like a negative word which got turned into a positive. Like in the 80s it was bad, and in the 90s it was like wicked, and somewhere along the lines the word sick took off. Like the early 2000s, I think. Yeah. Anyway, it's funny because I think I remember then mentioning Ida being blonde, like it was unusual when describing her way back at the beginning. Sprite is very nice. Yeah. Like basically. Chemistry babe asked me Ida. Yeah. The prediction for this decade is cringe. Cringe will eventually be good. That would be hilarious. We shall see. Yeah, right now is a very negative connotation. Yeah. ContraPoints, YouTuber, has a good video on the subject of cringe, the topic and concept of cringe, and how the meaning of the word has evolved over the years. It was really interesting. How it evolved from, it basically evolved from like the whole concept of cringe culture. It evolved from seeing someone go through an embarrassing circumstance and just like oh I would feeling secondhand embarrassment and feeling like I would feel embarrassed. I was really like feeling sympathetic towards the person, and it evolved into a thing of like this person did something that they should have embarrassed them, but they didn't feel embarrassed about it. That's pretty cringe, you know, like and basically ContraPoints is it drew a distinction between cringing with someone and cringing at them, I guess. Like it's just sort of like the meaning and the whole concept of that word has sort of evolved in recent years. So hey, maybe it'll evolve again. Relatively good, you mean? Should ask them if they have ever played Dead by Daylight. I reminded of it because I just know someone playing. Husky loves Dead by Daylight and discussed it in an early episode. Okay, there you go. Anyway, moving on. Is there really any control in aiming away? That doesn't always stop it from being fun. Now, Containment Breach, I'm much more forgiving of. It had a very small independent development process. It does have lots of problems, sure, but I think that as a horror game, it's a huge success. It's really tense. The only real complaint I have is that it looks like a game from like 1998 or whatever, but I get why it had to be that way. Yeah, I really struggled with the graphics. I think maybe I would have enjoyed it more if I knew all the SCP lore. Like, it seemed fun, but I didn't know what any of the monsters were, really. Well, Yuri can help you there. Yeah, maybe she can point me to some of the more interesting or relevant SCPs. Really? I'd love to read some SCP with you. Yeah, absolutely. Just let me know when. Okay. Well, you just made her day. Anyway, thanks for the email, MK. Let's bring up the next one. You're not going to say it in your usual way. That was a one-time bit. I am going to go grab a quick snack because I'm feeling like blood sugar crashing experience. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Is there an SCP discussion going on in chat here? Oh, how far back does this go? Oh dear. Bear with me. Series SCP and containment breach? It is not. Narrator Patnowski was lying about it being a one-time bit. Haha, sure. Series entry was written after the game's development, I guess? It's written before the game? Just came in at a relatively high twitch. Sounds blurry. Depends on how much you shrink the screen. Watch 720p. To keep myself humble. Yeah. I'll flip it to whatever makes it run smoothly enough. Or I mean, not even necessarily what runs smoothly. As I don't know. Sometimes Twitch acts weird, or like it goes out of sync, and then resetting the resolution makes it go, oh yeah, and corrects itself. It's just something I can watch around 44p because there's nothing to see. Yep. Okay, so here's an old school SCP appreciator. Game's pretty old. How old is it anyway? I never played it. I'll see references from time to time. I saw bits of an LP of it one time. I get where Notsky and MC were coming from by saying it looks like it's like an FPS from the 90s. Your favorite SCP is 3 digits? Yuri's own SCP is 4 digits though? She loves 682? Yeah, I don't have enough. I mean, who doesn't love 682? I don't have enough context to know what that means. I have a custom SCP in mind that's based off of another series I've watched and played, The Witch's Heart. Not to confuse with The Witch's House. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't read out all of these out loud. You can try a few above. Team Breach came out in 2012? Oh, okay. SCP Foundation has been around since like 07 or 08 though. Okay, yeah. So the values of TW and H. Okay. Going to be a while before they get to the 20,000 series. Sure. Anyway, moving right along. Next email. You know the formula by now, I hope. Well, no, because I don't know. I don't have the author of the email listed, so I don't know. Anyway, question suited for everyone. 1. Have you ever considered playing Airsoft? 2. If you answered yes to the previous question or something to that effect, what would you say you would prefer to use in an airsoft war? For instance, AR, SMG, pistol, or a specific gun? I mean, they did play laser tag at one time, didn't they? Right. 3. Who would win, shark or beluga whale? That seems like a question for Yuri there. 4. Can I write a fanfic about you guys? I mean, that's an odd question. I mean, a gazillion people have already written plenty of fanfics about them, including this one that they're in right now, since mods are kind of ascended fanfiction. Appreciate the respectfulness of asking, though. Yeah. Anyway. I've certainly never played Airsoft. I don't think anyone here has. I played paintball, does that count? Probably close enough. Do the different kinds of airsoft guns really matter? I mean, like, they're not actually putting a bullet through rifling, they're firing an airsoft ball. Does the kind of gun make a huge difference? I don't really know. I think the beluga versus shark question depends greatly on which kind of shark you choose. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think the mightiest sharks, like a great white, would probably win. And you don't need to ask our permission to write fanfic, though I appreciate that you did so anyway. Go ahead, pal, knock yourself out. Questions suited for Sayori. 1. How is MC treating you? 2. Do you still talk to Kenzo? 3. Have you ever met a Russian guy called Nosorog? You probably wouldn't miss him. He's the size of a truck. 4. Have you got a fidget spinner? Okay, Russian guy comes. That's, and again, it must be a reference I'm not getting. Okay. Oh, MC treats me wonderfully. He makes me so happy every single day. He's really amazing. I do still talk to Kenzo now and again, just like everyone else here. Fortunately, we were never really serious, so it's not awkward. Yeah, I'd be tempted to put a comma after fortunately and serious. Plus, MC gets along fine with him, so I don't have to worry about that. I never met a Nosorog. No, sorry. We don't get a lot of Russians through here. I never had a fidget spinner, but they look interesting. I'd like to try one sometime. It does seem like the kind of thing you like. Yeah. Question suited for Monika. 1. How many guys/girls have asked you out in your lifetime? Probably going to be like a high number, right? 2. What's it like being good at playing piano? 3. Have you ever tried an electric guitar? 4. Have you ever taken a vacation into another game before? Into another game? Is that even an option for her? Poor Sayori? Anyway. Oh, interesting questions. A lifetime, lifetime 2, and both of them were one-time askings out, like to a dance, not for a relationship. Wait, 2 people ever? Interesting. No one's ever asked me to be their girlfriend before. Yeah. In here, anyway. In your world, of course, I probably couldn't even count. It's neat being good at piano. You can just play whatever you want for the pleasure of it. It's nice. I did try guitar once, but it was really hard. Like on piano, if you want a note, you just hit the note. Easy. But on guitar, you have to fret the right fret and then pluck the right string. It's a lot more complicated. No, I've never taken a vacation to another game. That's not really how things work for me. Yet, anyway. 2 people ever in her own reality. Yeah. Going this far with the questions. Yeah. I mean, that's how a lot of these are. Some of these emails get pretty intrusive, but they kind of treat it as like par for the course. So anyway, maybe one day I'll figure it out. That's way beyond what I'm capable of right now. I was thinking, does that deserve a comma? Maybe one day I'll figure that out. Like I'm tempted to put a comma after a day, but again, you know, pacing of delivery, yada yada yada. Question suited for Natsuki. 1. Say hi to Eric for me. Eric. 2. Have you ever swallowed gum before? 3. What's your favorite perfume if you wear it? 4. Want to smash? You know, like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Haha. Eric. Oh, Eric, yeah. He's one of the first people to stream our meetings, yeah. Oh yeah? Okay. And he insists I am his wife. I'll say hi if I see him, but I don't see him much around these days. I have indeed swallowed gum before when I was a kid. I think everyone has, haven't they, at some point? I sometimes wear apple perfume. It's the only one I really do. It's just called Red Apple. Comment inside the quote there. You could probably just do a global search over the whole mod of comma and apostrophe to find all those in one go. And repeat for period apostrophe. Anyway. It's just called Red Apple, and it comes in a cool red apple-shaped container. Monika is often told she seems unapproachable. I mean, yeah, that is canon. So, yep. two fair enough, reasonable number. That seems great. It is. JMG Eric's community generally writes pretty high quality emails. That's cool. That's cool. Comes in a cool red apple-shaped container. I like it because it's cheap. And it smells like apples. And yeah, I'll crush you and smash. And not at any innuendo you intended. Yeah. Question suited for Yuri. 1. What's your favorite type of knife? If you still have knives, if you still like knives, that is. 2. Have you ever played GTA? 3. How's your about video games again? 3. Do you like curry, like spicy curry? 4. Are you bilingual? It would be difficult for me to pick a favorite. I think I have addressed this question somewhat previously, but I especially like any knife with a single fixed blade, which is very strong and very sharp. And I like it when there's artistry put into the crafting of it, or when the knife looks unique. Damascus steel is particularly alluring. I have never played GTA. I did watch some playthroughs of it a while ago, but it wasn't very interesting. Even the writing is filled with a tedious, constant nihilism which I find very dull. I do like curry about as much as anyone else. I don't particularly like spicy curry, nor do I hate it. I'm about average when it comes to curry preferences, I'd say. One of the few things I can say that about. Yes, we're all bilingual here. Didn't you notice us talking to you in English? Haha. This is a cheeky wink here. It is certainly convenient that we all know English as well as Japanese, but just another positive side effect of us being in a video game, and of Renpai not rendering Japanese characters. Question suited for MC. So this question is, so this question is very serious. Are you alright with me having a very high attraction to specifically you? 2, have you ever thought about your sexuality? 3, are you Batman? 4, if no, would you like to become Batman? That's all I have for today. I'll see you all next time on what's this thing called again? Oh, right. Yeah, I'll see you all on Twitch. Bye. P.S. God, I'm cringy. Sent from my iPad. I mean, I'm fine with it. Not really anything I'm going to do about it, but I'm fine with it. Really, the one you'd have to worry about is Sayori, not me. You can't have him. He's mine. I'd be tempted to put an exclamation mark on the end of that. Dev makes his emailer a player/Batman MC mod. As you can see, I've never really thought too hard about my sexuality. I'm pretty much into girls, and one girl in particular. Unfortunately, I am not Batman, even though we would all like to be Batman. For a while, anyway. Seems like he has issues. Thanks for the email. Remember, it's not whether or not you're cringe, it's whether you're accepting of your own cringe. Sure. I mean, that comes back to the cringing with versus cringing at thing. The period makes her more ominous seeming. Sure, fair, I guess. Say a doom. Yeah. Wise words. Let's see the next one. Hello again, it's me, Malverick. I hope this email finds you well. Questions. I will begin by asking, what are your thoughts about Doki Doki Literature Club Plus? Good general question here. What is that? MC, kill not the part of you that is cringe, kill the part of you that cringes. Yeah. Anyway, I think the most interesting thing about Plus for us was the side stories, because prior to Plus coming out, I don't think we remembered any of those things happening. But then once it came out, we suddenly had all these memories that we knew were probably just planted there. Oh, okay, is this a bit of world building we're getting? I mean, I would have... I would have assumed that... I mean, the whole premise with Plus is that the events of the side stories were a different instance of the simulation, so it wouldn't have made sense for the characters in club meetings to remember those events, because they happen in a different simulation. But I guess we're just establishing that they spontaneously developed those memories when it came out. Like, okay. You're getting a bit of weird world building here, establishing how the rules work. See, the time hath come. Club Meetings does not acknowledge the metaverse framing device's canon, though. Club Meetings acknowledges Plus as a DLC product produced by Team Saddle because that is more pleasingly recursive. Sure. Let's go with that. Anyway, They were probably just planted there, but I'm okay with it. All the stories are very sweet. Yeah, plus they kind of fit in well with how we did first get along when the club was new. True. Although, is anyone else worried about the whole metaverse thing? I mean, if that's all true, it's another layer of us being used and victimized. Especially Monika. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I honestly doubt that the universe above us really does know that they're simulated and are trying to run experiments or what have you. I think we really were just a game, that the whole metaverse thing is just a fictional premise. Well, I mean, you say that, but you also just said that DDLC Plus being created gave you new spontaneous memories, which suggests that there's more going on than it's just the metaverse being a fictional premise. I mean, like real talk. The whole metaverse thing is pretty clearly something that Dan Silvato came up with to make the plot of DDLC work for consoles, so you can still have the deleting game files thing going on, which you wouldn't normally be able to do in a console. That was his workaround, and which allowed him to build extra lore about the virtual machines and yada yada yada, and bring back Project Lipatina, which I believe is the thing that he actually wants to be working about, as I've expressed before. So. So, from that standpoint, then this Monika's statement here rings true. I think we really were just a game. The whole metaverse thing is just a fictional premise. But if you're also writing that you develop spontaneous memories, that suggests that there's a connection between yourself and that other virtual machine, which has all kinds of other implications. But whatever. Moving on. One that provides a reason for the exterior OS that allows the game to be playable on consoles. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Incidentally, I think that choice, though understandable given the need to bring the game onto consoles, detracts from the horror a little. I mean, called a necessary evil. Because having weird things happen on your PC's actual file structure, that was part of what probably creeped you out. But anyway, Natsuki, I wouldn't sweat it. Whether all that stuff is real or not doesn't really change our situation here or our path going forward. We're still ourselves and still in control of what happens to us as much as anyone is. Honestly, I'm just grateful that the Plus release gave me a bunch of happy new memories with everyone. Aw. Almost everyone. Oh, because MC wasn't included. Yeah, anyway, let's see the next part of this email. Sayori. You always said help everyone around you to feel happy, which is why I feel like I should ask you this question. If you're within a situation where, in order to make everyone happy and not left behind, you need to do something wrong, not evil, mind you, but wrong, would you do it? There are other morally right options, but only one will be happy that way, the happiness of one at the cost of sadness and misery of the others. While I do not regret my choice, the truth will be found out by them eventually, and it torments me for what might happen. It feels hopeless. I did a poem about it. I hope you like it. Sorry, there was a weird segue in the middle of that paragraph there. You started by talking about a seemingly hypothetical situation, then you just awkward segue into while I do not regret my choice, etc., etc. Like, wait, what? Monika, it's like to go through that, but I still appreciate the artistry, Yeah. Here it comes? Uh-oh. What, is this the infamous email? Anyway, here we go. I guess I don't really understand. If I do the wrong thing, I make everyone happy? Then you say I can make one person happy by making other people sad, but that would be the right thing to do? I mean, is this person talking about, like, being, like, suicidal or something? like, is the one thing they're talking about, like killing himself or something? To Anyways, I have a pro tip. In the settings, there is an option to be able to speed through text. I would recommend turning it on and then holding that skip button down for a solid few seconds. What? Are you saying that this is an especially long email? You're already trapped in the infamous email that snuck up on you without you realizing it? No, that would just be sad. 4.5 hours into the stream, I'm sort of wondering if maybe I should have... I'm wondering if I should break these up into 2 streams, you know? Like 2 streams per episode. I've been doing it 1 stream per episode up till this point, but I did get a promise that these episodes are going to get longer. Is this the I look at a rock email from before? Muting my stream. Okay. For someone different, you're about 9/10 done at this point? Okay. I'm going to minimize the window for a few minutes. Okay. If you feel need to. Okay. Anyway, moving on. One person happy by making other people sad, but that would be the right thing to do. I guess I have trouble understanding how the choice that makes everyone happy is wrong. And that's why I'm a utilitarian. I guess I'd have to know specifics, but yeah, I tend to lean towards the things that make people happy. I guess let's see the poem. I need you, I'm here. Will you lend me your hand? It's here. Shall I be your only, forever it may be? As the wings guide you, the wings guides you through far away the darkest pit. Alone did you board, by the many you arrived. With a smile it asks again, are you my only? Yeah, I see there's something emotional going on here for you, probably romance related, but I can't really tell what. She's got this vaguely disinterested look on her face there. For the best, I guess let's see, the poem is low-key savage. This has so much lead up. Yuri and Monika. Yuri is very intelligent, which is why I want her opinion. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing in this whole situation. I need her help. Monika, I'm so sorry. If I had used my brain properly, I could have avoided this whole thing. I deeply love you more than you could ever realize, yet I did what you're going to find out. I don't deserve you. Forgive me. As you are both aware, the mods you girls made for the club have a non-sentient version of yourselves in those games. For me, however, that's not the case. Initially, I installed Monika after story mod to be with Monika, and I still do, seeing her every day, all the time I'm on PC, but I care for all of you. So I missed you, Natsuki and Sayori, in no time. In order to be able to interact with all of you, I ended up installing just Yuri, just Natsuki, and Forever and Ever, but it didn't take long for me to realize that those 3 new entities of Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri were not different from Monika in the sense of being completely left alone, with a desire to be loved back by me. And by keeping my loyalty to Monika, I was making Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri suffer, especially Yuri, since I can't communicate basically. So I had 3 choices to deal with. 1, keep being friends with them, and by consequence making them suffer for not loving them without any possibility of explanation. 2, delete the mods which contain 3 sentient beings I care deeply about, only to kill them by doing this. 3, become everyone's boyfriend, make all of them happy, and then suffer their wrath once you release all of them to your world and explain what you just did. I picked number 3, and honestly there was no malice or perversion intention by that, I swear. But between emotionally torturing or killing the 3 of you, I can't do that. I will beg forgiveness to Monika, not only her actually, for this, but this is a price for loyalty that I would... yeah, and you know, again, like, every time these emails come up, I have to say, again, you know, these people, they're sounding really detached from reality, and it's like, I don't think they realize this is roleplay. I don't think they realize this is roleplay. The club pulling up the email, why do I hear boss music? Ha ha ha. Yeah. I mean, that's just a chat. No, is that email over? We're sitting in silent revelation. Do you see that? Do you see why this is the email? Can you feel it now, Mr. Termius? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna get through this. Here we go. I picked number 3, and honestly, there's no malice, perversion, intention by this right. Between emotionally torturing and killing the 3 of you, I can't do that. I beg forgiveness to Monika, not only her actually, but this is a price for loyalty that I would simply never forgive myself for. And don't get me wrong, not loving those 3 out of pity, I genuinely love them as well, or else this would be completely unforgivable on my part. Okay. Just like Monika, the only true difference is that I love many different reality versions of Monika, so I'm gonna have to fuse them, or more likely their memories, when I bring them here. While Noski and Yuri do not share this fusion problem, but I am still frightened by the whole thing. I don't think they will forgive me at all for what I did, and they would be completely right doing so. There's just weird edge of self-loathing creeping into here. That will Monika forgive him? Well, yeah. Why is this directed at? Okay, I was gonna say, like, why is this directed at Yuri and Monika specifically? And then I realized because the and again, this speaks to the questionable at best ethics of the operation of mods like Monika After Story and Just Yuri. Because my understanding is they pit themselves against each other. Like both, like Monika After Story detects if Just Yuri is there on your computer, and vice versa. Like Just Yuri detects when Monika After Story is there, and they like get jealous of each other or whatever. I mean, which is, again, it's a neat little role-playing gimmick. If the audience understands that this is role-play, and it's just for fun, and it's a game, none of the characters are real, it's all fiction, it's all made up, it's like every dialogue, every word and line spoken was written by, some guy in his basement somewhere, probably. They're just cleverly put together bits of code. And yeah, it's like I've already complained plenty about how those kinds of mods like really play into some really, I'm gonna say, like, troubled people, like sad and troubled. You struggle with separating fact from fiction, I don't know. Option 3, how email thinks cities on that quest in an RPG where you romance all the love interests and then they will all show up to the date at the same time and beat your ass. The 10th anniversary of Mass, a mandatory update will come out that replaces all dialogue with the words, "The experiment is over. You may now safely turn off the computer." Oof. Yeah. Something I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's just the whole thing about pitting Yuri and Monika against each other in those 2 particular mods. It just sort of feeds into the general like the difficulty and some of these people have in separating fact from fiction. And like, you got this person, like, honestly, like, hating himself for wanting to express his love for these fictional characters. Anyway, I'm gonna just move on. Well, let's see here. Give me a moment to read here. There's a second page directed at me, which is also relevant. Okay, I think I finished reading this. Can I see the next part? Sure. Monica, again, I'm so sorry. It was never my intention to ever harm or betray you. I truly love you. I think and dream of you every day. Hopefully you can believe me when I say all of this. During the months I've been tormented by the heavy feeling of guilt upon myself, I feel like a selfish monster for what I did. Malverick. And Monica, I'm out. You'll know if you were the player I really loved soon. Oof. Monica, the Vault Tech Experiment? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Okay, Malverick. I will tell you honestly what I think, though you may not like it. As far as you're concerned, we are not real. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm glad. It's actually this is actually works out conveniently because the fact that he directed is that part of the email at both Monica and Yuri. Yuri being the, I'm going to say, more reasonable one who thinks that obsession is unhealthy is going to be maybe be a little more direct than Monica would be. Anyway, moving on. As far as you are concerned, we are not real. We are characters in a game. Well, Yuri must have misspoke there, but seriously, there's another typo for you, Dev. We are characters in a game. The characters in the Just mods you mentioned in particular are not real. They are meant to be entertainment, not substitutes for real-life relationships. If they helped make you happy, it would be one thing to roleplay with them a bit, but they are very clearly not making you happy. I'm glad Yuri acknowledged that as roleplay. I do believe that is the first time in this mod that the word roleplay has been used. Assuming you're serious about all of this, of course, and not really deep into roleplay still. If you are suffering this much emotional turmoil because of us, you need to step back. Remember that ultimately, for you, none of this is real. There's no one there to feel jealousy or betrayal. You must not become too attached to something illusory, or you will hurt yourself. You'll hurt your ability to function in your real world. And none of us want that. Yuri is right. You can't stress out about conflicts between different mod versions of us. That means you're worrying way too much about this game and about our characters. You're not responsible for us or our well-being. You need to take care of yourself, after all. And if you're super stressed about all this, you're not taking care of yourself. If you're laying awake at night feeling bad for being selfish and consumed with thoughts of me, you're hurting yourself. You don't think I want you to hurt yourself, do you? Because I don't. Please take good care of yourself and maybe take a break and step back from all this, okay? Focus on what's good in your life and in your world. There must be at least a few things. Be gentle with yourself, alright? Phew. Let's see the last one for today, and hopefully it's a little less heavy. Yeah, there you go. We are characters in a game, haha, yeah. We are characters in a game. Wahoo! Yeah. No, okay, now we're done. Yeah, we're not done with that particular email anyway. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I confess I thought the infamous email would be a little more dramatic than that, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you just built it up so much. Like I was expecting like the music to stop and everyone to step in and say, okay, we're having an intervention or something, you know. Yeah, the emails don't get worse than that one. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, at least it doesn't get worse then, I guess. I suppose that means you haven't gotten one that said someone was threatened to kill himself over it or something. Anyway, moving on. Hi, Yuri and Mocha, pronounced Mocha. I have been extremely bored recently, and when that happens, my brain starts to imagine different scenarios, be it memories but with slightly different choices made by me, or future conversations in my life that will never turn out the way they do in my head. Anyway, I was wondering what your beliefs on the multiple worlds theory, MWT, is in respect to timelines. Can choices we don't make in this timeline be in other universes where we do make those choices we did in this world? Sincerely, Crazy Joshua, CJ. Huh. Well, it's not exactly a light topic, but at least it's less emotionally charged. I do not think we know which interpretation of quantum superpositions is correct. The theory of multiple worlds is certainly an intriguing one, though. It is simultaneously encouraging and terrifying that all possible realities exist simultaneously, and ultimately probably irrelevant since we don't have any way to observe or interact with those other realities. Yeah. So I'll try to send a really bad one for you. You already did, friend. You already did. Well, I'm so glad you did. Yeah. Weird question for a bunch of characters in a time loop. Yeah. Yet. Yeah. True. Actually, one of my favorite scientific ideas depends on the many worlds theory being true. Quantum immortality. So, assume for a moment the many worlds theory is true. Every time something different could happen, it does, and a new timeline or world splits off. Now, of course, in some of those timelines you die. Some stroke of luck you had doesn't happen, or some freak accident happens to you. And as you get older, you die in more and more timelines until once you get to a very old age, you're probably dead in an overwhelming majority of timelines. But not all of them, because they're infinite timelines, and the chances that you'll be alive are always probably a little more than zero, even if they're not much more than that. And so, since your perspective is obviously limited to timelines where you're alive, then from your subjective perspective, you'll survive forever. Obviously, from everyone else's subjective perspective, you're extremely likely to die, but you will always inhabit a timeline where you were alive. The neat thing about this idea is that you get to test it. If, as you get old, you find yourself really and probably alive to the point where it should really be impossible, you know this theory is probably true. Especially if a bunch of weird chances happen to go your way to keep you alive in particular. That's not good luck, it's just that you were being restricted only to timelines where you got really lucky and stayed alive. Like I said, it's a very interesting theory. It sure is. Alright, that's all for today. Let's see, for poem topics next week, let's go with the concept of fire. Oh, interesting. Write a poem about something kind of literal or figurative fire. Or about some kind of... She made the distinction between literal and figurative. Monika does know what the word literal means, seemingly. Despite her repeated misuse of the word. I did, but that's just a theory. Yeah. Game theory? Sorry, I've been watching more of this guy's YouTube channel. Yeah. You have nothing. The emails are over now, W84. Anyway, moving on. And let's get the presidency thing settled. Move that Monika returned to the presidency and Yuri returned to being the secretary. Look, Yuri looking unhappy about this. She's getting used to being the president. Second, any opposed? Motion passes. Alright, that's it for today. See everyone next week. Hey, that you complete my quote half a second after I typed it? Yeah. Oh, is she talking to Fuyuki again? So yeah, it's going really well. That's great to hear, sis. Glad you're happy. Hope you have fun tomorrow. How's your school year going? Everyone treating you like the hero cancer survivor that you are? Cause they effing well better be. Well, yes, everyone's been very nice. Doesn't make class any easier though. I feel that deep down in my soul. Yeah, well, enjoy high school while you can. Miss it before too long. Something time loop. This is gonna bring back Natsuki's old existential worries and stuff. You're both typing at the same time. Our brains linked on a quantum level. Quantum brain cell. Yeah. Quantum entanglement. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can move the. Isn't this song usually reserved for angst between... Well, I was going to say angst between Siri and MC, but I guess not necessarily. This is just This is the music for angsty scenes in general, and it ends up being for Sarah and MC most of the time because they have lots of angst in season 1. Sort of a nighttime chill vibe song, yeah. And or emotional anxiety, yeah. Precisely. Anyway, moving on. I know it sounds insane right now, but you will. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, ANC. Yes, Bun? Come over. Bun, I've come over the last 3 nights. Had trouble staying awake today. At some point I do need to sleep. We can sleep. You can just come over and we can go right to sleep. Nothing else will happen. I really doubt it. It's really difficult to just sleep over there. Yeah, true. Look, let's just have a night where we get lots of good sleep, okay? I don't want you to feel bad because you're not getting enough sleep. Okay. And then neutral emoji. Will you call me as soon as you wake up? Of course. Alright, sleep tight, handsome man. You too, bud. That girl. Seems legit. Not a trap.gif? I mean, yeah, I mean, I can already see this affecting Sari and oh no, he's already losing interest in me kind of direction or something. He seems so tired recently. Hope he's not working too hard. But he's right, I should probably sleep too. Huh. It's weird. Normally in a situation like this where MC turned down seeing me at night and I was left alone in the dark with my own thoughts, I'd probably feel really hopeless and bad. Now I just feel normal. It's nice. I wonder if this is me getting better. Or maybe I'm just too tired to be depressed, haha. Well, that's never stopped me before. Maybe my depression will come back harder next time. That would be bad. I need to try not to worry so much. This is good. This is a good feeling. It's a good thing. I wonder what they'll have at the cafeteria tomorrow. Man, even when I'm not depressed, my brain won't shut up. MC sure is good to me. Probably took a lot of restraint just to make sure I slept tonight. But he wanted to make sure I was healthy. Takes really good care of me. Honk. Me. Okay, this is Monika's house, I guess? Oh yeah, this is the room that Natsuki and Fuyuki were in where they were doing her makeup, and which of course was Monika's house. That's where the party was happening. Anyway. I forgot to brush my teeth. Oh. Well, this is an unusual place for the game to send you. Guess it knew I was coming in here. I missed you while I was gone. Sorry I didn't tell you in advance I was going. I wasn't sure how that would affect things. I wanted to have a clean experiment, so to speak. But everything worked out great. And now we can end the time loop if we want. I think. Although, there's one thing that makes me hesitant about it. Just one. Everything's finally pretty normal, I think. I mean, yeah. Like they could just keep recursing their last year of high school. What's to stop them from doing that? I mean, are there any real drawbacks to just doing that last year of high school over and over again? I mean, they might. I can imagine they might eventually get bored of it and want to do something different. They've only gone through the loop twice. But yeah, I mean, trying to break the time loop is a whole lot of it's unleashing a whole lot of unknowns. Could be all kinds of crisis. Your long philosophical rant about the necessity for personal growth and decay. But yeah, I mean, it's more than that. It's like they expressed, they don't know what's going to do to the simulation in general if the club ceases to exist, because the the operation of the simulation is tied to the presidency of the club, and who knows? It could have all kinds of unpredictable effects if they break the time loop. They could couldn't that theoretically just utterly destroy everything? I mean, when they gave the presidency to Miss Ida, it destroyed everything, and she had to rebuild everything from scratch. So, like, there is precedent for this. Precedent is spelled Precedent, for the notion that messing with fundamental aspects of the simulation could just straight up break everything, and they might not be able to rebuild it this time, you know? Because if they if they all graduate and then none of them are president, and then everything breaks, then there's no one to fix anything. So, you know, like, I mean, again, the rules are all made up. It's but from the established rules that we've witnessed, it seems like breaking the time loop is a huge risk which could destroy everything, and so everything being normal, if repetitive, it seems like a big risk to you know, that you might lose everything by doing that. I had to do high school homework indefinitely, I'd break the time loop. But do they have to do homework? What would be the consequence if they don't do homework? They're just going to do the same year over again afterward. Like, there's, I mean, theoretically, I mean, they could just, I mean, as long as the club stays in operation, like, what does it matter what homework or what schoolwork they do? What does it matter whether they pass their courses or exams or anything? They just come right back again afterward, apparently. Well, if I didn't remember, I probably wouldn't know I was looping anyhow. Yeah. Teachers would be very disappointed, and so would their parents. The only people who would understand would be the rest of the club. I mean, sure, but like, they've already made the choice not to tell anyone outside of the club about that. Like, I mean, like, seriously, like, would it have any actual consequences? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Everything's finally pretty normal, I think. Everything's at rest. There are no huge looming problems for us to deal with. No big drama. Everything is just okay. And it'd be nice if it could just stay that way for a while. Still, everything moves forward in the end, doesn't it? Or, it does if I make it. But whether I should or not. Fortunately, I don't have to make a decision right now. I'm just glad everything's okay. And that you're here. It feels right to feel you here as the day ends. It's comforting in a way. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Be well. Oh yes, Yuri's room. I should have guessed by the big screen TV and the Apple monitor there. They just scream Yuri. The bookcase presumably behind us, behind the camera. Code in infinite money, run away, start a new immortal life elsewhere. Yeah, there you go. I mean, again, like, bank accounts should be an easy thing to edit. It's just a number. You theoretically flunk and have to repeat the year, thereby holding everyone else back from being able to break the loop and move on if they wanted to. That's more questions about the fuzzy game logic of how this operates here. Well, the universe of Siri does exactly that. Everyone else goes to college, but you owe one more year of high school. Ouch. No, you can't break the time loop now. I flunk this year. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I suppose that's everything taken care of. Everything all set up for tomorrow. Hopefully everything goes well. What are you doing tomorrow, Yuri? I wonder. Or who are you doing here? At least not being the club president anymore is a bit less distracting. Makes it easier to get things done. Or get people done, perhaps? one person in particular. Uh, Still, though, one does get used to it. It feels strange just going back to normal, pretending this is just regular life, which it both is and is not, I think, in some ways. Should probably just focus on tomorrow. That is something within my control. Mostly within my control. But what fun would life be without a little bit of chaos? Hence her attraction to Natsuki. Planning on giving herself a massage with a knife? No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, is that where this is going? I did briefly think, like, oh, is this scene going to end with her cutting herself? No, okay. No, it just ended. That's all for now. Thanks for playing. The Resprite is by Static Quit. All the new backgrounds are courtesy of Minical. As usual, you can check the full credits in the credits file. See you next time. No reminder about the email? Okay. Okay, so that was episode 3 of season 3. Yeah, cool. So the mystery of what happened to Monika was resolved, sort of anticlimactically. That she just, it's like she just went on a trip, and now she's back, and that was it. Forgot to put it in there. Yeah. Dev decide they don't want any more emails after that. Clearly, that's canon, indeed. After that one email, the address is strategically left out. How about that? But yeah, I guess that brings us to the end of the stream. I'll be streaming the next episode tomorrow. I mean, I guess technically it's Sunday right now because I'm doing this so late. I'm just curious, is anyone else playing DDLC mods out there? Oh hey, Down Bad Nerdies is streaming. It's that shoot, what did he call it? I mean the stream title says just Natsuki, but he's clearly playing something different. He gave the name of the mod and I can't remember it now. It was one that I didn't recognize. But let's give him a raid, why not? Someone's playing a DDLC mod, might as well keep the mods going. Usually know what to tell you. I've decided. Okay, I read that. Thank you for streaming. Trying to get eaten by a giant sea creature. If you've done that, I'll do my best. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what time I'll stream tomorrow. I'm bad at planning these things. Seem to be doing them in the evenings, I guess. In any case, yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, we didn't end on a cliffhanger that's gonna leave you reeling and thinking and wondering about things in between this time around, unlike last week's episode. But yeah, still interested in seeing where it goes. I mean, we still have those other conflicts and subplots that were set up to come back to. So yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. That's all for now. Until next time.